Good morning, colleagues, senatorial and central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Wednesday, July 12th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Before we proceed to roll call, I would like to take this moment to join today with the many voices across our community in expressing our gratitude to the men and women who pick up the mantle to serve as peace officers with the Virgin Islands Police Department and other agencies. We are grateful for your service, and we are grateful for the life and service of Detective Delbert Phipps Jr. May his life strengthen our commitment to support our officers and champion justice and peace across our territory. Let us pray for God's perfect peace over our community and the many lives touched by Detective Phipps. On behalf of my family and staff, I offer my deepest sympathies to the family, friends, loved ones, and colleagues of Detective Delbert Phipps Jr. Celebrating the lives and contributions of people within our community and those doing great things worldwide is important. Today, I join in recognizing two young people that have etched their names and achievements in our history books. They are Nicholas D'Amour and Aaliyah Boston. Congratulations to Virgin Islander Nicholas D'Amour for winning the gold in archery at the Central American and Caribbean Games 2023. We heard that Nicholas finished third in the qualifying ranking round, but with focus and determination, Nicholas rose to the top through elimination matches to bring home the gold for the Virgin Islands. We congratulate Nicholas and the VI archery team for a great showing at the Central American and Caribbean Games. On the national stage, we congratulate Aaliyah Boston and her family on her selection as the first WNBA rookie since 2014 to be named in an all-star starter. Aaliyah's poise, confidence, heart, and excellent skill are a shining light. We look forward to other outstanding contributions from Aaliyah in 2023. Number 1 WNBA draft pick, Rookie of the Week, and new trailblazer with the Indiana Fever. Let us celebrate her achievements as she is an ambassador of the Virgin Islands worldwide. On a final note, I congratulate the 175th VI Emancipation Commemoration Committee for putting together a spectacular Emancipation Day celebration on July 3rd in Freedom City, St. Croix. The speakers, performers, and volunteers did an exceptional job as we honored our Virgin Islands ancestors who paved the way for our freedom and liberties. Congratulations to the living legends, our keepers of the flame, Folklife Festival organizers and performers, and to our Department of Planning and Natural Resources territorial curator for the exceptional work on the Clear the Road art exhibit, which features the works of Virgin Islands artists that tell the story of Virgin Islands freedom fighters. The exhibit will remain on display on St. Croix at the Fort Frederick Museum through October. We also congratulate our Festivals Office for all the wonderful festivities and activities held on St. John for their festival celebration. I don't know about anybody, but I surely had a wonderful time with my family and friends in Love City, St. John. Incidentally, we had a very lengthy public hearing last evening in Love City, St. John. It finished after 10 o'clock, and we caught the 11 o'clock ferry to be here and took the plane over this morning at 7 o'clock to be here for this meeting. Isn't that dedicated public servants? Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Although we don't have a quorum, we can still, Madam Clerk, kindly record Senator Kenneth Gittins as present.
Madam Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you kindly, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum. Do we have any correspondences?
Yes, we do.
Kindly proceed with reading those correspondences into the record.
A letter dated July 12, 2023, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, Mali, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I will be late to today's Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz Ilowitz Legislative Hall on the island of St. Croix. Please accept my apologies for my tardiness. I look forward to joining the meeting as soon as I arrive. Your patience and understanding will be greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. A letter dated July 11, 2023, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, Mali, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Madam Chairwoman, due to travel out of the territory, I am unable to attend the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting scheduled for 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 12, 2023, in the Fritz Ilowitz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. Please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the correspondences.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly note the presence of committee member Ray Fonseca. He is present in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers in St. Thomas, and also note the presence of our President, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., non-committee member. Can we have a tally with a roll call now? And note that both Senator Javon E. James Sr. and Senator Samuel Carrion are excused.
Madam Chair, we have 5 present and 2 excused.
Thank you so much. We do have a solid quorum this morning. Kindly proceed now, Madam Clerk, with reading the first item on today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 12, 2023, in the Fritz E. Lewitz Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. In Block 1, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill Number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress. This bill is sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Angel L. Bocas Jr., and Franklin D. Johnson, and is co-sponsored by Senator Carla J. Joseph. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, Mr. Basil Otley, Director of Policy of the United States Department of Interior, the Honorable James O'Brien Jr., former Senator, Ms. Renee Apklin Peterson, St. Thomas District Chair of the Virgin Islands Democratic Party, Ms. Monique Clendenin Watson, and Dr. Mavis Matthew. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill Number 35-0029?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized, but before I allow you to speak, I would like to take the opportunity to assure that we have a sound check with all of the testifiers here joining us in the legislative conference room, and I note that we have one testifier joining us virtually and another testifier joining us in the legislative chambers in St. Thomas. We will start at my left. You're right. Commissioner Encarnacion, just a microphone check, quickly.
Good morning, Commissioner Justa Encarnacion, the Department of Health.
Thank you.
Good morning, Monique Clendenin Watson.
Thank you.
Renee McAlpin Peterson.
Thank you. The chambers in St. Thomas.
James A. O'Brien Jr. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you. And also virtually, if we could do a microphone check. We did see you visually.
Good morning, Dr. Mavis Matthew.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for being here, and welcome to the committee meeting.
Good morning. This is Basil Otley doing a mic check via Skype.
Well, I didn't see you there, Mr. Otley. Thank you so much, and so welcome, and thank you for being here as well. Thank you so kindly. At this time, Senator Francis, you may proceed with introducing the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to the nominees and all viewing and listening this morning. I have a quick slide presentation as I provide my testimony, and I'll ask media to go ahead and put that up. But today, I'm truly honored. On the heels of this 175th emancipation activities, to speak on Bill 35-0029, which honors and commends Donna M. Christensen, MD, for her contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress. This bill also seeks to rename Charles Howard Memorial Complex, once demolished and rebuilt, as the Donna M. Christensen MD, Virgin Islands Department of Health. This bill was the brainchild of our friends and partners of the Department of Health and other advocates in the community, to include Jimmy O'Brien, who on many occasions spoke to me about doing something to make sure that we're honoring and commending the work of Dr. Christensen. I was happy to join this initiative by sponsoring this bill, and today evokes a lot of emotions for me, because it seems that Donna Christensen, Dr. Green, whatever you may want to call her, have been a constant in my life from birth. And while I've not had the opportunity to even express some of these emotions to her, I think today, certainly, they all come crumbling down as I speak and present this bill, because it just seems that, I have known her all my life growing up in this community. So whether you want to call her a doctor or delegate, it is a good time for us to honor the work of Donna Marie Christensen for her lifelong commitment to public service and to people of the Virgin Islands. I have a lot to say these days about what side of history we want to find ourselves on. I did that yesterday while we were contemplating the land swap, but also today. As public servants, a lot of times we do our work and we move on and we just go about our merry way, and people forget about you. Nothing happens. And I think the work that has been done by Dr. Christensen should not go in that direction. Certainly, she needs to be commended. Growing up in this community, I've certainly had the opportunity as the son of a public health nurse to see Dr. Christensen in action many times. And I think I got my first injection that I remember by Dr. Christensen. And fast forward from that, certainly, as I frequented the hospital and saw Dr. Dizan, Dr. Sabero, Dr. Su, Dr. Batanga, Dr. Prudolph, my dentist, it was always good to be able to have someone that looked like me and talk like me. While those doctors were good, I must say, it was very much a sense of relief to be able to have someone take care of you that looked like you. Of course, we had, in the later years, we certainly had Dr. Melvin Evans, Dr. Lloyd and Claudius Henry, and Dr. Snyder, those individuals that I also came in contact with. But Donna Marie Christensen is a doctor, a mother, a grandmother, a public health, political leader, and a mentor. She has a legacy of firsts. The first female physician in Congress, the first woman to represent an offshore territory in Congress, the first woman delegate from the United States Virgin Islands. So when individuals ask, what have Donna Christensen done to deserve the naming of a facility, let me share just a few things with you. For many of us, our first introduction to Donna was as our doctor. She operated a family practice office from 1975 to 1996, while also serving in the Virgin Islands Department of Health, in the emergency room, and in the maternal and child health. Throughout her medical and political career, she was acutely aware of the challenges experienced by our community in accessing quality health care, and this informed her in terms of her advocacy in Congress. The recent designation of St. Croix as a National Heritage Area was accomplished through the groundwork laid by Congresswoman Donna Marie Christensen. In 2003, Dr. Christensen introduced legislation to authorize a feasibility study of the NHA designation of the island of St. Croix, and successfully included a congressionally directed feasibility study in the National Heritage Area Act of 2006. More than 10 years ago, in September 2010, the National Park Service completed this study and concluded that St. Croix meets the evaluation criteria for this designation. The territory has benefited tremendously from her leadership. Lest we forget, it was Donna Marie Christensen that offered legislation and spoke about us creating a CFO, a conversation that we're still having up to this day. How do we put our financial house in order? She had the vision. She had the guts. She had the stick-to-itiveness to pursue this matter. And here we still continue to have that discussion today. It is fitting that we are here renaming the Charles Howard Hospital for someone who is a Virgin Islander. Charles Howard was a governor in the Virgin Islands from 1941 to 1946. His tenure has been described somewhat as controversial. Is that the name and legacy that we want to continue to display on our buildings? In the mainland, certainly you see where a lot of the buildings are now being reconsidered for renaming of individuals, throughout the United States. The hospital, once rebuilt, will be a beautiful piece of the Christensen corridor. When I was asked to work along with the Department of Health, when I got called from Commissioner Encarnacion and Mr. Malloy, a Deputy Commissioner, I wholeheartedly said yes. I will certainly move this legislation forward. This has been pending since the 34th legislature, and I'm happy today that we're moving this bill forward. Bill number 35-0029 proposed that the newly rebuilt complex be named in Dr. Christensen's honor in recognition for her contribution to the people of this territory in the field, medical field, and also in the halls of Congress. I ask my colleagues, those that already signed on, again, for the record, co-sponsors are Angel Boquez, Franklin Johnson, Carla Joseph, Javon James, and now I'm hearing Senator Kenneth Gittins has also joined on. I'm not a member of this committee, but I certainly ask for your support in this well-deserved honor and commendation to a true public servant, Donna Marie Christensen. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for those eloquent words and tribute to this great lady who we are going to consider this resolution today and receive testimony regarding Bill number 35-0029, which seeks to honor and commend Donna Marie Christensen, MD. We will begin with receiving testimonies, starting with Commissioner the Honorable Usta Encarnacion from the Virgin Islands Department of Health, and we will then proceed from there with the other testifiers here in the Legislative Conference Room, and then we'll go to the Legislative Chambers, and finally, we'll round up all the testimonies with those individuals joining us virtually. Commissioner Encarnacion, you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection, Honorable Javon E. James in his absence, Vice Chair, committee members, and all non-committee members, including our Senate President, Novell Francis, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Health, and I am here today in honor of the Honorable Donna Marie Christensen, a mentor, a colleague, and a friend. I am here to speak on an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress. The bill speaks to the renaming of the Charles Howard Memorial Complex on the island of St. Croix as the Donna Marie Christensen, MD, Virgin Islands Department of Public Health, in her honor. I want to thank the bill sponsor, Senate President Novell E. Francis, Jr., Senator Angel Borges, Jr., and others that joined to sign on. I also want to give a special thanks to Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, who's also here in the audience with me today, who came to me with a Cheshire grin with a founded name for our new building. So thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Malloy, for creating this vision. Bill number 35-0029 reads as a biography of not only her contributions and connections while serving as a people of the Virgin Islands in a role as Congresswoman, but it speaks to who she was and is as a person today. It shows that Dr. Christensen dedicated her life to engaging with the people here in our beautiful Virgin Islands and abroad. With each encounter, she made an impression, a good impression indeed. I would like to share some personal notes from me and my staff. I first met Dr. Christensen as a physician of both my parents. My father, Luis Encarnacion, declared he was not going to ever see another doctor after her first win. He soon got over that, as the relationship between Dr. Christensen and my family, and my mother in particular, Doris Encarnacion, remained one of her biggest supporters and friends. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Molloy owes his successful career to the influential guidance of Donna Christensen during her tenure as Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Dr. Christensen implemented an innovative program aimed at nurturing high school students with aspirations of pursuing medical or healthcare professions. This program provided invaluable opportunities for these students to gain hand-on experience by rotating through different Department of Health clinics. Assistant Commissioner Molloy proudly shared that 3 out of 5 individuals have achieved their dreams of becoming medical doctors. Additionally, another participant from the program has successfully pursued a career as a practicing pharmacist. The profound impact of Dr. Christensen's program cannot be understated, he said, as it shaped the trajectory of his career over the past 28 years. My Chief of Staff, Shanna O'Reilly, thanks you, Dr. Christensen, as you were her first employer and truly guided her career path. You instilled in her the want and need to continue to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. You shaped her strong work ethics and enhanced her goal of working for the betterment of the people in a compassionate manner that has resonated with her throughout her life. During her medical and internal medicine residency training, Dr. Ty Hunt Caesar was inspired by Congresswoman Christensen's footprint in history. Ty recalls being starstruck in the Howard University College of Medicine's auditorium, listening to the first Black physician elected to the United States House of Representatives address Ty's medical school class about the current healthcare situation. The overwhelming sensation was quickly changed to pride after the presentation and speaking with the delegate while having her classmates look in awe of the personal interaction. Her classmates could not believe that the revered legendary delegate had known Ty since she was born and promised to extend support to Howard University College of Medicine with Ty as a liaison. This impression carries over to the healthcare lobbyists and Ty's residency program directors who traveled with her to Washington, D.C. for national healthcare legislation education. Although her visits were targeted to Florida representatives, Congresswoman Christensen always allowed impromptu meetings when Ty and her residency team were on the Hill to educate the legislators on healthcare topics. She also always took special time to meet with them herself rather than sending a staffer like other representatives. These special interactions were invaluable to the professional growth of Dr. Ty Hunt Caesar as they gave her confidence and motivation to achieve excellence. Dr. Christensen's dynamic career achievement in public service have served as encouragement for the progression and evolution of many of us, including Dr. Ty Hunt's public health role within the territory. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sim, Assistant Commissioner, has been greatly impressed by the down-to-earth nature of Dr. C, as she is affectionately called by us. As the operations chief during the pandemic, Dr. C collaborated closely with Dr. Cragwell-Sims to develop and present strategies implemented by our emergency preparedness operations team. Dr. C had a remarkable ability to lighten the mood with her clever remarks and warm greetings during morning calls and adding her one-liners, creating a more enjoyable experience for everyone involved and reducing stress and anxiety. Yes, Dr. Sims is not the only one with behavioral wellness tricks up her sleeves. Dr. Christensen stayed close to the Office of the Commissioner as a volunteer during the first few months of my tenure as the Commissioner of Health. She looked and observed but said little. I would occasionally receive a text message with thought-provoking questions. She was then hired as our public health strategist and remained a member of our executive team during the COVID-19 pandemic. We still have her on the roll call. In her role as health strategist, Dr. Donna Christensen shared her expertise and experience in public health and the development of a 2020 Community Health Assessment and Healthy Virgin Islands 2030 Community Health Improvement Plan, which serves as a framework for achieving Healthy People 2030 goals and objectives for the U.S. Virgin Islands. A significant aspect of the planning framework is grounded in community-based interventions and engagement. Dr. Donna Christensen also answered that call by launching the Christensen Institute for Community Health Empowerment, Inc., a local nonprofit agency focused on increasing access to primary care and advocacy, decreasing health disparities, and improving health equity, a nonprofit that supports and expands the work of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. The Charles Harwood Project. Dr. Christensen's involvement in the project to demolish the Charles Harwood Memorial Complex and construct a new state-of-the-art public health facility has been unwavering since its inception. As a dedicated advocate for health care, she played a pivotal role in an initial visioning session held in 2021 at Carambola. During this session, we had the privilege of capturing Dr. Christensen's passionate commitment on video. In inspiring words, she emphasized, health is our shared culture, and I don't think we've done a good enough job of making it that way. So I hope that this building will begin to create a culture of health and wellness in St. Croix. Dr. Christensen's statement encapsulates the profound impact that she envisions for the new facility. Beyond simply constructing a physical structure, the project aims to redefine the very essence of healthcare within the community by imbuing the building with a culture of health and wellness. It inspires to become a symbol of transformation and progress for the people of the Virgin Islands. From the early stages of planning, Dr. Christensen has provided invaluable insights and expertise, channeling her deep understanding of the healthcare landscape and the specific needs of the community. Her active participation throughout the process has ensured that the project remains aligned with its own core mission to revolutionize the healthcare by fostering an environment that prioritizes the well-being of every individual. By contributing to the project's vision session, Dr. Christensen has not only lent her expertise, but also demonstrated her unwavering dedication to improving the health and quality of life of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Her visionary leadership and commitment to cultivating a culture of health and wellness serve as a guiding light, illuminating the path towards a brighter future for the community. On that note, we also plan to house the Donna M. Christensen Library inside of the new building as a further honor to you, Dr. Christensen. That was Shauna's idea. Senators and community members, no matter what role Dr. Christensen has filled, whether it be mother and grandmother, which she takes so seriously, physician, delegate to Congress, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, public health strategist, and the many other hats she has worn, she has done it with pride, with enthusiasm, with care and compassion, and yes, with humor. Most importantly, the dedicated and passionate work we witness today is primarily for us, the people of the Virgin Islands. In conclusion, on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, I would like to thank you, Dr. C., for your continued dedication to love shown to the Virgin Islands community and more specifically to the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Senators, so many of us, including Shanna, who would easily turn into a lion with claws for her, and the Commissioner of Public Works, Derek Gabriel, who was one of your many local interns, Dr. C. We fully support Bill number 35-0029 that honors and commends the Honorable Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her unselfish and dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and the medical field, and as a congressional representative to the people of the Virgin Islands, and renames the Charles Harwood Memorial Complex on the island of the St. Croix as the Donna M. Christensen Virgin Islands Department of Public Health. There's no more deserving of having this state-of-the-art facility named in her honor. I stand hereby to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Encarnacion. And now we will ask Mrs. Monique Clendenin Watson to be kind enough to read your testimony into the record.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Distinguished Chair of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Good morning, Senator Novelle Francis and Senator Kenneth Giddens, and all other honorable members of the committee and of the 35th Legislature present here today, to everyone in the audience and those listening or viewing by other means. I am Monique Clendenin Watson, and I served as the Chief of Staff to former Delegate to Congress Donna M. Christensen for 16 of the 18 years that she represented the Virgin Islands of the United States in the Congress. Thank you, Senator Joseph, for giving me the high privilege of speaking in favor of Bill 350029, which would honor and commend Donna Marie Christensen for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of medicine and for her representation of the territory in the U.S. Congress. A bill that will ultimately name the new Department of Health public health facility on St. Croix being constructed on the footprint of the old Charles Harwood complex in her honor. As many of you know, former Congresswoman Donna Christensen served our territory as its delegate to Congress from 1997 to 2014. During her tenure, she was recognized for her leadership in healthcare on the local, national, and international stage for accomplishments which touched and changed the lives of millions of people. While the recitation of these accomplishments would surely be more than enough reason to name the new public health facility in her honor, I would like to begin my testimony on her behalf, not at the time of her life when she served at the pinnacle of power, but at the time when she served her beloved community of St. Croix as a family physician. One of my family duties as a young adult was to take my grandmother to her monthly health visits with Dr. Green, as she was then known. Her Richmond offices, a block away from where the facility proposed to be named in her honor will stand, was often filled with senior citizens, young people, and others who were uninsured or underinsured, and save for a visit to the emergency room, would have few other ways to access health care. I can attest that at that time, my grandmother and many others were charged no more than $10 or $20 per visit. And the level of care and attention that they received was appreciated not only by them, but their family members as well. On those same visits, I remember meeting a few friends from St. Thomas and St. John in her waiting room. Why, may you ask, this was so? Was this so? It was the early 80s, at the beginning of the HIV/AIDS epidemic, when fear ruled the day, and many physicians did not treat HIV/AIDS patients. So my friends from St. Thomas and St. John traveled to St. Croix for care to see Dr. Green, one of the few physicians that would treat them in the territory. I was also a young reporter at the St. Croix Avis at the time, and I recall covering several events, in particular community hearings and marches in support of building a second high school on St. Croix. Central High School at the time was filled to capacity on double session. Dr. Green, as she was known at the time, was head of the PTA, a position that she held because she was guardian to a young relative. Her own children, Corita and Rabia, were in elementary school at the time. As a single mother, guardian, family physician with a full practice, and holding positions in the Department of Health, she also found time to be a tireless advocate for the youth of St. Croix, an advocacy that resulted in St. Croix being granted a second high school, now known to all as the Educational Complex. Her community activism was also reflected in her memberships in organizations such as the Queen Louise Home for Children, the St. Croix Environmental Association, the Women's Coalition of St. Croix, the Caribbean Dance Company, and many more too numerous to mention. To this can be added her active membership in the Faith Moravian Church community as their delegate, youth advisor, and education chair. So why would I begin with her pre-congressional life? It is to illustrate that for Donna Christensen, life has always been about service to community, helping the least of these and being an advocate for what is best for everyone. She came of age in the 1960s when the slogan of many activists was, "The personal is political." This was also her motto, as she also was active in the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, holding several key positions, including National Committee woman. For Donna Christensen, her personal activism on behalf of her community and its most vulnerable members became the basis for her political career. This, coupled with her family legacy of service, her father, the late Judge Almeric Christian, and her grandmother, the late Elena Christian, left her with an example of excellence in service. When she decided to run for delegate to Congress, it was the core of a grateful St. Croix community who formed her key support. Many campaign workers and contributors proudly said, "I came to support my doctor, or my mother's doctor, or my grandmother's doctor." They remembered and they were there for her through many election cycles. So now I can get to the official health stuff. As Congresswoman Donna Christensen, she was elected by her colleagues to chair the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust, which during her tenure researched, planned, proposed, and created legislation that expanded access to health care for minority, poor, and underserved communities across the country, including the territories. The CBC Health Brain Trust provided increased funding for issues to include the disparities that confront minorities as they try to access the healthcare system, the HIV/AIDS epidemic, substance abuse and its effects, the need for more minority physicians and healthcare professionals, the need for affordable, accessible healthcare for all. She was influential in advocating for minority health in the Affordable Care Act. While a continuing struggle, she was a major player in increasing Medicaid funding for the territories, capped at $13 million when she became delegate, but up to $47 million at the end of her tenure. As the first female physician to serve in the Congress with expertise in healthcare and respect among her colleagues, former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi appointed her to the House Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees all healthcare policy and legislation for the nation. She was the first and only territorial delegate to be a member of that committee. As a member of the Subcommittee on Health, she was instrumental in obtaining funding for telehealth, information technology, and comparative research to reduce costs in a territory. She has received numerous national and international awards recognizing her role in not only increasing critical funding for HIV/AIDS to the U.S. territories and communities of color, but to the countries across the Caribbean. Donna Christensen, along with her colleague Barbara Lee, insisted that the PEPFAR funding being given to African countries to stem the devastation of HIV/AIDS be extended to Caribbean countries as well. It was the first significant funding that any of them had received, and she was commended by many of them for this valuable assistance. She also helped create the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities and the Minority AIDS Initiative at the Department of Health and Human Services, programs that continue to impact the lives of real people every day. In retirement, she consulted with the Virgin Islands Department of Health during the COVID pandemic and was instrumental in giving key advice in critical moments, bringing her personal contacts and resources to bear. There are more health-related accolades, but I want to add that her accomplishments in energy, environment, economic development, technology, housing, and small business development are just as impressive. The success of our jewelry and watch industry, rum industry, highway projects such as the Christiansted Bypass, RT Park, increased CDBG funding, port security, and many other federal programs, too numerous to mention, are the result of her personal attention to the issues that affect Virgin Islanders on a personal level every day. So in closing, Chairwoman Joseph, I agree that the new public health facility should be named in honor of Donna Christensen. On behalf of my former co-workers and her children, Rabia and Karida, and their families, who wanted me to emphasize their pride in their mother's activism and service, which they were a part of and which has definitely influenced who they have become. We are in full support of this bill and that would honor this community elder who has spent her life taking care of her people. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mrs. Clendenin Watson, for that broad picture you painted so eloquently of the nominee that we are going to honor today in this bill. At this time, I would like to recognize and ask Mrs. Renee McAlpin Peterson to proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Committee Chair, Woman Carla Joseph, members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other honorable senators present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, guests, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Renee McAlpin Peterson. I am the St. Croix District Chair for the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. It is indeed an honor for me to give testimony in support of Bill number 35-002, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress. As a child growing up on the island of St. Croix, Dr. Donna Green was a household name. She was the doctor for many, to include my family, the McAlpins. My father, the late Charles H.A. McAlpin, was one of Dr. Christensen's very close friends who encouraged her to enter the race for delegate. It was during the campaign, while canvassing in different housing communities with the late members of Dr. Christensen's canvassing team, like the late Wadsworth Dickinson, a.k.a. Laddie, Carmen Gonzalez, Darrell Moorhead, Charles H.A. McAlpin, Tony Felix, and Arturo Roebuck, we discovered the impact Dr. Christensen made on the lives of residents on St. Croix during her medical practice. We even found out that Dr. Christensen made house visits, especially to those who did not have transportation or access to public transportation. This indeed was impeccable dedication to our community. I remember all too well, while canvassing, a senior citizen asked her, and I quote, "If you won for delegate, who will be my doctor?" This was a major concern for her patients because they believed and trusted her. Even though Dr. Christensen was unsuccessful in her first attempt to Congress, she remained steadfast in her efforts to improve the lives of the people of the Virgin Islands. In her second run to Congress in 1996, Dr. Christensen won, becoming the first female physician in Congress. She took that same caring and compassionate concerns for her patients to Congress. As a Democrat, she was able to foster professional working relationships across the aisles. She has championed many legislations benefiting the U.S. mainland and territories. She has served us well for 19 years in Congress. Even though Dr. Christensen has retired, she remains active politically in the Virgin Islands Democratic Party and relevant on medical issues. She played a vital role working alongside the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner for the Department of Health throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Then in June of this year, Dr. Christensen launched the first nonprofit health empowerment initiative in Estate Bethlehem Village and Prophet Hills. This will not only help families living in that area achieve their best health, but it will also support them in the things they need to make their community a better place to live. If one juxtaposes Dr. Christensen's political career with her medical career, the common denominator that exists between both careers is compassion. Thus, Dr. Christensen has led with compassion in all her endeavors. As Oprah Winfrey said, and I quote, "Leadership is about empathy. It's not about having the ability, it's about having the ability to relate to and connect with the people for the purpose of inspiring and empowering lives." End of quote. Dr. Christensen has definitely inspired and empowered many Virgin Islanders. I would like to personally thank her entire family circle, especially her two daughters, Rabia Green George and Corita Green, for sharing your mother with us for all these years. She would not have been able to make these great accomplishments without your love and support. I believe this is the first time we are recognizing Donna Christensen. I am a firm believer in giving people their flowers while they are alive and well. I would like to thank the bill sponsors, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. and Angel Bocas Jr. and others for taking the lead in this recognition. And I encourage all others to sign on this bill. This concludes my testimony, and thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mrs. McAlpin Peterson, for that very strong support and testimony for the Honorable Donna Marie Christensen. At this time, I would like to recognize the presence of committee member, the Honorable Samuel Carrion. Madam Clerk, be sure to note that Senator Carrion and mark him present at today's meeting. Now, I'd like to go to our sister island of St. Thomas, and I'll recognize the Honorable and former Senator James Jimmy O'Brien for your testimony. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
I've 350029, the act honoring former Virgin Islands delegate to the United States House of Representatives Donna Christensen, as well as a health practitioner within the Department of Health and the Virgin Islands community. I want to applaud the sponsors of the bill. I want to thank the President for his kind words. And I want to say that this has been a long time coming, but nothing good is too late if it is done right. And this is being done right. Madam Chair, I was the political director of the organization that elected Donna Green to Congress in 1996. I was district and communications director during her first term in Congress. I resigned because to become assistant for policy initiatives to Governor Charles Turnbull in 1999. And I've served 3 terms as state chairman of the Virgin Islands Democratic Party. In each and every position I've held, I've had the good fortune of working with this distinguished Virgin Islander. Donna Christensen, in my conclusion, is one of the most determined, dedicated, compassionate political leaders I have met in my lifetime. And after 42 years in government, I could say I've met a lot of them. I need not restate the obvious. Many of you, prior to my comments, have placed it in good context. As state chairman, I worked with Donna Christensen as an assistant of Governor Turnbull and Governor Farrelly. I work with Donna Christensen. This is a giant in Virgin Islands history. We cannot ignore it because history is a stream. It goes like a river from one side of the bank to the other. And everywhere this lady performed her duties in service to the Virgin Islands people, she did it with dedication, with a faithful commitment to public service, and with honor and integrity. And we cannot ignore it. And we should hold her tenure, her service to this government up as a standard for which future Virgin Islands leaders can look and aspire to do the same. She brought a competence, a dedication, a commitment, and a passion to serving and helping people to the offices she held. I have seen it, I've witnessed it, I've been part of it, and I know that when I speak today, I have no reservation that she's entitled to what you are going to honor her today with. But my only thing I would add to you is that while the building is fine, while the document is also good, the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor she deserves, and it is not unprecedented. I was right here when Governor Turnbull was named the complex out in Tutu after him, and then the Senate gave him the Medal of Honor. So it's not one or the other. She should have that honor, and she should be able to pass it on to our children and our grandchildren as their legacy to public service. I need not elaborate further. For those who have worked with her, recognize what she did and what she brought to public service is a model for all Virgin Islanders and all people who are concerned about their friends and their relatives and their fellow countrymen. This is not a little person in the Virgin Islands. This is a national and world leader. I have seen it and I know it. And I think she deserves to be recognized by this community for it. The unassumed devoted mother and grandmother has taken her place among the great Virgin Islanders of our history. And in the same heritage she weighs as the granddaughter of Elena Christian and the Honorable Judge Almeric Christian. Her contribution, should be placed for everyone to see. Madam Chairman, I need not elaborate further other than to say, as a former state chairman of the Democratic Party, that lady taught me to think about people and democratic views. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I urge you to move forward so that we can get the business of this, honoring this lady at hand. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Honorable James O'Brien Jr., for your call to action for us to definitely convey the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor. Know that I have that piece of amendment to this bill, and it will be done. I'm sure all of my committee members, I could say and talk for them on this, I'm sure they will be in high support of that being done for this great lady and trailblazer. And I want to just thank you so much for putting it on the record. At this time, we have some testifiers joining us virtually. I would recognize Dr. Mavis Matthew. Dr. Matthew?
Good morning.
Wonderful. We're seeing and hearing you clearly. Kindly proceed, Dr. Matthew, with reading your testimony into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Committee Chairperson Carla J. Joseph, and other esteemed senators present, ladies and gentlemen, listening and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Mavis Matthew. and it's my distinct privilege to come before you to support Bill 35009, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress, sponsored by Senate President Novel Francis, Senator Angel Bolke, and the other senators who have also joined in co-sponsorship. By way of introduction, I am a board-certified pediatrician. My career spans over 3 decades of service in the Virgin Islands. I returned to St. Croix as a member of the United States Public Health Service in 1987 and began employment at the Frederiksted Health Center. That's where I had my first encounter with the delegate as she served in an administrative capacity over the clinic. I was later promoted to the Maternal and Child Health Director and ran programs in hearing, genetic screening, and special needs. In 2003, I was appointed Commissioner of Health, Virgin Islands Department of Health, where the Office of Public Health Preparedness was established and responded to the threat of anthrax. After 15 years of public health service, I was recruited to the Juan Louis Hospital, where I served as Chief of Pediatrics and was eventually appointed Chief Medical Officer in 2014. By way of disclosure, I have served as a pediatrician for Dr. Christensen's daughter. It is such an honor to be able to be a caregiver for a family member and her 2 granddaughters. I am not registered with any political party here in the territory. Dr. Christensen has served as a private practitioner, and this laid the foundation for her work in primary care, building families, and building our community. As a family practitioner, she also was engaged as the Director of Maternal and Child Health, and this enabled her to manage disease processes from birth through aging. I personally am knowledgeable of the delegate in 2 special areas: her work with the National Medical Association, of which I was a member, and her work as the Congressional Black Caucus Brain Trust Chair, which she chaired for 15 years. In this capacity, she spearheaded work with HIV, AIDS, minority health, and mental health. For the record, the delegate's work was as a trailblazer. She spoke out when it was not popular. She brought acknowledgement and recognition to these areas and fought against stigma for the persons who were affected. The other special area of involvement was in environmental health. I attended conferences at the National Medical Association, and her leadership with this organization promoted education for physicians. We're speaking 20 years ago about cancer and toxic diseases. I close by noting our visits to her office at the Capitol. Myself, along with the delegate, including Alicia Brathwaite and other staff, traveled fairly regularly on an annual basis to meet with the Congresswoman and talk about barriers to care, SSI, opportunities to improve services in the territory through funding. Significant progress has been made, and the delegate's voice made a difference as a physician at that time. As the first female physician to serve as a member of the United States Congress, the first woman to represent an offshore territory, the first woman delegate from the United States Virgin Islands, the Honorable Donna M. Christensen has launched a legacy to be sustained. The renaming of the Charles Harwood Complex to the Donna M. Christensen Department of Public Health registers the proper recognition of her historic and unselfish and dedicated service. I close by quoting Sir Isaac Newton. If I have seen farther than others, it is because I was standing on the shoulders of giants. Dr. Donna M. Christensen is one of those giants here in the territory. I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on this bill. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Dr. Matthew, for your candidness, as well as painting a wonderful picture of the professional career of Dr. Marie Christensen. We will now recognize Mr. Basil Otley. The Honorable Basil Otley, for your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Madam Chairman, honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans, and Consumer Protection, honorable members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers, fellow Virgin Islanders within the sound of my voice. My name is Basil Otley, and it is entirely my great honor, and I feel greatly humbled to have been asked and invited to testify on Bill 35-0029 to honor and commend the great Donna Marie Christensen for her great contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to go a little bit off script because, you know, Donna and I'm going to respectfully call her Donna because of the close relationship we've developed. And I, you know, unlike everybody else that has testified this morning, my relationship with Donna came through a very different engagement. She was not my doctor or a doctor to any of my relatives. I was close personal friends with her brother Adam, who to this day, we have a connection where we don't speak all the time, but you know, we have one of those deep bonds that all you need to do is pick up the phone or run into one another, and the relationship continues as if it never stopped. Our families, in terms of my Uncle Earl, my father, and her father, were contemporaries and engaged in some of the difficult decision-making that shaped our community. I'm not here speaking on her behalf as a employee of the Department of Interior. I'm here, perhaps most importantly, because I was her partner in perhaps one of her toughest political endeavors that she engaged in, which was to become governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, to potentially have been the first elected female governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I can tell you it was an endeavor that I would characterize as being as significant as bringing a child into the world, deciding who you will marry, it is of that level, because once you decide to run for a high political office like governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the occasion is typically life altering. And I can tell you that having gone through that endeavor with Donna, it was a life altering endeavor that we would definitely need a different venue to fully delve into and be able to appropriately discuss. You know, I would not have considered myself before that meeting a friend of Donna. We didn't hang out, we didn't have dinner, we didn't visit one another's homes. In fact, in her political career, I was more often on the opposite side. When she first ran for delegate to Congress, I supported Eileen Peterson in the primary. But when she came back the following year, I was selected to introduce her to the St. Thomas community right there in Burns Alley. I'm sure Jimmy remembers that, to the St. Thomas contingent of her support, and I proudly did it. But I also have another distinction in that I challenged her in a primary, and because of different political differences. And so again, we have not always been on the same side. But it was especially, telling of her character and her commitment and her out of the box thinking to how to approach the political economy and culture of the Virgin Islands moving forward, when I was on her list of people to run with as her lieutenant governor. Again, someone who was more often on the opposite side of her, but someone who she saw something in to help her in her dream and her passion to turn the tide in Virgin Islands culture and politics. I had been approached over the years by different people to run as lieutenant governor with them. And I told everyone no, because I have my own set of formula, my own set of criteria as to, how I would ever think or conceive of running for such a high office. And, I was on the verge of telling her no also, because, again, considering my own calculus of when would be the right timing. But, there's something about Donna that pulls you in. And perhaps what was the most convincing reason for me to agree to join her is that in the year that we discussed going back and forth, I never heard Donna talk about being governor. And let me clarify. Yes, she was intending to run for governor. But when I say that I never heard her say she wanted to be governor, I'm talking about the power, the perks, the accoutrements, the glory that goes along with being governor was something that she never talked about. What she talked about most of all was wanting to be a vehicle of change for the Virgin Islands. She talked about wanting to upset the typical manner in which gubernatorial politics is conducted. She wanted to insert a new time of integrity and trust to the office of governor. She wanted to bring back a spirit of community dedication and service that I think all of us can agree has been lost, to bring a certain level of service that she carried with her that was very similar to her approach as being a doctor. And I want to thank all the testifiers who came before me because they laid out so competently the distinction of public service that she brought. And I think that's important in defining what has set her apart from, as Jimmy has said, many political leaders that have come across our landscape. And it has to do with that grounding of service that comes from being a general practitioner. You know, not the big guys, the surgeons who come in and provide the miracles and you know, change no, but somebody who has to meet people where they are, where their vulnerabilities are laid out, and that they must be an active participant in getting well. And a practitioner of health who is dedicated to people's wellness, the basic ingredient that they have to establish is trust. Because people have to be in charge and have to be a part of making themselves well, right? And so in being a competent practitioner of health concerned with people's wealth and well-being, truth is the most prominent thing that you have to bring, right? You can't tell people what they want to hear. You must tell people what they need to know. And you know, that is great in a public health professional, but it's not a great attribute for a politician, perhaps existing in the realm of gubernatorial politics. I saw Donna struggle many times when, you know, people wanted things that she knew she could not deliver or would not deliver. And her integrity, right, would not allow her to tell people what they wanted to hear out of political expedience. She has and has always been committed to telling people the truth. Because if you do not begin and start from a basis of truth, you cannot have the enduring trust, commitment, and partnership necessary to engage in the type of transformative events that a broken and disconnected community like ours needs to move forward. And it was perhaps that commitment that I saw welling in her over the months that we discussed, whether we would engage in that political campaign, is what made me throw away all of my rules, tear up all of my principles, and be willing to join her on an endeavor to really attempt to bring a different sensibility, a different practice of gubernatorial politics and leadership to the Virgin Islands that I think we saw at that point in time was vitally needed. As the Senate President says, she has been a trailblazer in recognizing not what Virgin Islanders wanted to hear, but what Virgin Islanders needed to understand and commit themselves to in order to, again, begin approaching, developing, creating, and building the type of community that we say we want, but often miss the mark in ponying up to do what is necessary to achieve those things. And what is typically required of that is having servant leaders, leaders who are not mostly concerned about the next election, but really concerned about how the next generations to come will fare given the decisions made or not made in present day. And it's all of that that I saw and witnessed in Donna's commitment, and that, you know, it made me proud to stand with her, even going through, and I guess Jimmy, and Monique can attest to some very unusual happenings in that political process. In politics, we know that, especially in Virgin Islands gubernatorial politics, it is full contact combat where, some of the most terrible things are said about people. And when you are partnered with somebody in that endeavor, it's kind of a marriage, when something nasty, untrue, or belittling is said about your partner, you feel it, you hold it, and you want to be there to go through with them. And so you develop a bond and a connection like no other. And so, I think everybody has made the case of why Donna is deserving of this recognition. But I want to, propose another challenge as Jimmy has done. My first challenge will be to Donna. Donna, please write your memoirs, because, you have such a great story to tell, that we want you to put those things in word because it's so valuable. On an annual basis, I have students from the Virgin Islands, from whether it be the Junior Statesman program or the another program. Is the name of it is escaping me right now. But we see Virgin Islanders here in DC, and I have the opportunity to speak to them. And this last group of close-up students that were here, I asked them the question, who was it their first time coming to DC and what most impressed them about DC. And they talked about how they felt the history of the capital. They felt, what it meant to be an American. And they were moved by that. They were moved by the words that they saw on the monuments, and they were clearly able to identify and connect with what it meant to be an American. But then when I asked them about certain Virgin Islanders of note in history, whether it be Rothschild Francis, Casper Holstein, Hubert Harrison, they really didn't know who those people were, right? And I think it's incumbent upon us that our children really be able to drink of the great experiences that so much of our magnificent leaders have provided. I had the privilege of growing up and having access to a number of luminaries, whether it be Ralph Pywansky, Elmo Roebuck, my uncle, Earl B. Otley, Juan Louis. I had the opportunity to sit with them and to learn from them. We have generations that are not going to have that opportunity. And if we don't make a commitment to capture their stories in scholarly books, a lot will be lost. The dream of building a cohesive, productive community will be lost because no generation will be able to completely appreciate and understand the sacrifices of prior generations. So I'm going to offer another challenges to you, the members of the Senate, to consider some legislation, if it's not been done yet, that will fund really the university or some other entity the ability to collect the memoirs of all sitting governors and to assign a writer that can really pull together their experiences so that we can have it. To also pick out important luminaries in our political and cultural history and sit some scholars down with them to capture their experiences, their stories, so generations to come will have it. This is not something that is naturally happening in our community, but is vitally needed. We lost Governor Farrelly, we lost Governor Juan Louis, we lost Governor Turnbull, we lost Governor Snyder without any great mementos of their written history or their stories that can inform us moving forward. So I call on Governor DeYoung, I call on Governor Mapp, and I will call on Governor Bryan to not make the similar mistake. Jimmy, Monique, please get on Donna. Please help her to begin collecting all of those memories so that we can instill it and make it an institution that goes along with her Medal of Honor, that goes along with the naming of the new health center on her behalf, but so that we can have it for prosperity moving forward. There's no doubt in my heart that, Donna, you are deserving of this great honor. I can tell you that you are still greatly respected among the federal family. I can attest to everyone here that when I meet my federal partners, the first thing when they hear I'm from the Virgin Islands, they ask me, do you know Donna Christensen? And I say yes. And to get some greater brownie points, I said, and I ran with her. And it fully increases my esteem in their eyes. Just recently, our new director for the Office of Insular Affairs was down in the Virgin Islands. I introduced him, and he himself brought to her memory that, hey, I met you years ago. I was on detail. I was an intern, and I met you, and you influenced me. So Donna's renown is not only within the Virgin Islands, it remains within the halls of many institutions within the federal government because she has been a true servant leader to the Virgin Islands and to the nation. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this testimony. Godspeed, Donna. God bless you, your family, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of your story. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you so much, the Honorable Basil Otley, former senator as well. At this time, Madam Clerk, I understand that we have some two written testimony that were submitted. Kindly proceed with reading them into the record.
Statement in support of Bill number 35-0029 by President of the 30th Legislature. It is my understanding that Senate President Novelle Francis and Senate at Large Angel Bocas Jr. are sponsoring a bill honoring and commending the Honorable Donna M. Christensen for her tireless service to the United States Virgin Islands as delegate to Congress and for a lifelong profession as a doctor and medical provider. I am Sean Michael Malone, President of the 30th Legislature and former congressional aide for Delegate Christian's first 3 terms in the United States Congress. I write in support of the proposed bill that is long overdue and should be amended to bestow the prestigious Virgin Islands Medal of Honor, if I may suggest. As someone who has been there from her second campaign that won her Virgin Islands congressional seat, I can remark from first-hand personal experience that Donna Marie Christensen is more than deserving of this accolade. I know a few leaders with whom I have met and have gotten to know who truly possesses the qualities of authenticity, sincerity, integrity, and honesty in the execution of their duties as public servants and elected officials in the manner that Delegate Christian has. I saw up close as her district manager what I had sensed and perceived in her character as candidate during 1996 congressional campaign. I saw a selfless, dedicated, competent, and compassionate leader. Interestingly, a little known fact about my decision to work for and with her was that I only accepted the job because I was convinced that she was the real deal, serious about making a positive difference for the Virgin Islanders and placing our interests and needs above her own. Delegate Christian's love for her family, patient, and constituents of the Virgin Islands as a whole was and still is on display in her actions both as an elected official and now as a private citizen. Delegate Christian is genuine and consistent. Delegate Christian Delegate Christian, contributions are numerous and impactful, spanning across regional, national, and international spheres. We can recall her major accomplishment in securing over $300 million to fight HIV/AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa and the Caribbean during the Clinton Gore administration. One of the major authors of the landmark Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, getting St. Croix designated as a rural area that qualifies it for increased funding for farmers, businesses, and many other federal programs. And most recently, her leading role as a management consultant to the territory's response to the COVID pandemic. Frankly, I cannot recall many of our past delegates to Congress serving their constituent long after leaving the office in the manner that the Honorable Donna M. Christensen has been doing. She continues to inspire me and many others in a positive and remarkable way. The proposed bill, along with its amendment, is a fitting gesture in honor of Delegate Christian's 18 productive years in the United States Congress and as our Assistant Commissioner of Health. As a family doctor, the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands National Committee woman, and so much more. I respectfully ask that all members of the 35th Legislature to vote unanimously in the affirmative for this legislation, along with proper and deserving ceremony that should accompany this prestigious honor for a most outstanding daughter of our beloved Virgin Islands of the United States of America. Thank you kindly for this opportunity and for your favorable consideration of my request. Respectfully, Sean Michael Malone. Written testimony of Shelley M. Thomas. Madam Chair, members of the committee, testifiers, audience, and radio and TV listeners. First, I would like to thank the Honorable Senators Novelle E. Francis Jr., Angel L. Bocas Jr., and Carla Joseph for recognizing and honoring Donna for all she has done and continue to do to make us a better community. I will leave her professional resume for the other testifiers to highlight. My focus will be on our personal relationship. I met Donna in her grandmother's living room when we were both little children. She was a little older than I, but was very reserved and interacted with me. At the time, I knew we were related, but like most Virgin Islands household, there was never any explanation as to how that connection came about. As the years passed, we would see each other on occasion, but it was only upon her return to St. Croix to practice medicine that our relationship grew. She evolved from a child that barely spoke to me to a professional willing to sacrifice her comfort for others. Today, I am proud to say that I know how we are related. I know of her commitment and dedication, of her compassion and service before self, her willingness to listen, her ability to forgive and to look beyond her comfort level, her conviction to never give up and to love her Virgin Islands people. Those are attributes to be admired and strive for. Congratulations to you, Donna, my cousin, as I channel my mother, Gloria Gibbs Thomas Bell. On behalf of the Pedro family, you are absolutely deserve this reward and honor. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the testimonies.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have completed receiving all testimonies on this bill. We will now proceed with one round of 4 minutes of questioning. We will start first with St. Thomas, Senator Milton Potter. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed with your 4 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to all the testifiers who are here today for this very, very important occasion. I always say that progressive people honor and commend their own when they achieve a level of excellence. So I'm always proud to be a part of these types of activities where we've identified someone in this community who has really done great things, particularly in the area of public service on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. I always view Delegate Christensen as a Renaissance woman, really. I mean, the question is, what hasn't she done? She, of course, was a noted physician, a community activist, delegate to Congress. She held significant positions while there in Congress. She was chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Health Brain Trust, any and everything of significance that took place in the Virgin Islands, Donna Christensen was a part of. She was a part of the Third Constitutional Convention. Her voice is always heard. She's no shrinking violet at all. She has been a player here in this territory for the last several decades. I want to really commend the vision and wisdom. I believe when the Department of Health was trying to determine what they were going to, who they were going to name the new facility on St. Croix on the footprint of the Charles Howard complex, Ruben Malloy mentioned, why not, select Delegate Donna Christensen, MD, given all that she has done in the area of health. So that was a very wise move for sure. And I just wanted to ask some of the testifiers who are here today, just one quick question to all the attributes and qualities that Donna M. Christensen possesses. Can you tell me what stands out most to you in terms of her assets or attributes? What about her stands out most to you?
1 minute. Kindly proceed, Commissioner Encarnacion.
Thank you, Senator. To put it in a nutshell, I would say that she embodies a full understanding of public health and population health, how we care for one and how we care for all. And she puts it actually in a combined entity so that we can help ourselves to understand better what we're supposed to do as public servants.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think what I see, she is a very level-headed individual, and I think it is something that is, sort of rare these days in public service, having folks who are balanced, level-headed individuals, know when to speak and know when to be silent. So she brings a level of wisdom to everything that she does, but I may be cutting somebody else off.
Time.
So you, other testifiers, you may proceed.
You may proceed with wrap-up, Senator. And I believe Mrs. Monique Clendenin Watson, you wanted to add some comments on the record to the question?
Yes, I wanted to say, as someone who worked with her for 18 years, her directive to all of us was to treat everyone equally. She was compassionate to everyone. No matter your position in life, she gave you the same amount of attention, and she required that all of us do the same.
That is awesome. That is awesome. If someone can say that about me, That is all you really dream about, you know. You treat everyone with the same level of dignity and respect, irrespective of their station in life. And that is how I see Donna Christensen. So she is certainly very much worthy of this significant honor, and definitely at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative. In fact, I will not miss the opportunity to sign on this resolution as a co-sponsor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 4 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger. Okay, she may have dropped off, joining us remotely. Then I will move on to Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. 4 minutes is certainly not enough to speak on Donna Marie Christensen. Somebody said that she's retired. When? Because the slew of things that we continue to read about that she's doing, and whenever I call her, ain't no way she's retired. And today, this is so deserving. My great disappointment is with my brother, friend, Senate President, because from the time he brought this thing to me, I said, my name on there. And today, he gonna say, and he gonna sign on today. Imagine. But I want to echo some of the sentiments that, yes, we must. I do believe strongly in giving flowers while they're alive, that they may be able to see, feel, smell their flowers. Even my staff was asking, when did she retire? Because she's doing so much in this community. And they even said, make sure you say she's an advocate as a health, she's also a healthcare advisor and at the forefront of on the political scene. Her office was located a stone throw away from the, what will soon be the old Charles Howard Memorial Hospital, where I happen to be born. So I guess I'll have to say I was born in the in the new center. No. But we're making history for sure, because, and I like the plea for her to write and let us have that history. I've had this conversation time and time with the Honorable Charles Wesley Turnbull, and sadly, he's gone. But we can't allow this to go. And we're talking about teaching our children Virgin Islands history. Everyone sitting here talked about Donna Christensen being a household name. So 50 years from now, we still want it to be that. I was looking at a quote from our former president, the Honorable Barack Obama, that says, that's when America soars, when we look out for one another and we take care of each other, when we root for one another, when we root for one another's success, when we strive to do better, and to be better than the generation that came before us and try to build something better for generations to come. That's why we do what we do. That's the whole point of public service. And as I read that, I remember to media, if you could show that picture. I just want to know if, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I wanted to know if the Honorable Donna Christensen remember that picture. And the only reason why she's not in that picture is because she was the one that took that picture. That was, I want to believe, December 2010. And I wanted to say, I mean, the picture ain't about me, but I wanted to say, because of the conversation with the Honorable Donna Christensen, now President Biden, and myself, that's why President Biden now comes to St. Croix. All the time before that, he was going to St. Thomas, Water Island. And I said, Donna said to me, he's down to earth. Just have a conversation with him. Just have a conversation. And I said, Mr. Vice President, at the time, I said, you know, there's 3 virgins. You only go across to one. So you need to come to the big island, visit us. And he made a promise. He said he couldn't come that year. At the time, I was still in law enforcement. He said, you know, the logistics that it will take to change my itinerary now. But I promise you, next year, I'll be there. And he was there the next year. I had retired and gone to work with the federal government. But I made sure to thank him for keeping his word, because ever since then, he's been coming to St. Croix. And I want to thank you, the Honorable Donna Christensen, for all you have done for this territory, all that you have done, even for me, having me walk through the halls of Congress and even the White House before I became a senator. Again, thank you. Your daughters should be all proud of you. I know that they're watching. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Primary Sponsor, I am signed on officially. Thank you. Thank you, testifiers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Majority Leader. Moving forward, we have Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and blessings and pleasant good morning to all the listening audience. I too definitely will sign on as a co-sponsor to this legislation to commend and honor the Honorable Donna Christensen. You know, I want to go back a little bit because, you know, this is about a whole family. That family, you know, it's incredible that in the Virgin Islands, we've had an educational facility named after Grandma Elena Christian. You know, of course, her father, the chief judge, district court judge, and he also was the senior judge of the territorial court. And the building in St. Croix, the district court, is named after her father, Judge Almaric Christian. And so it's so fitting now that, you know, Donna gets a health facility named after her. You know, I've followed her career. You know, she's like a Saint-Thomian too, you know. That Christian family, they have a lot of connections over here on St. Thomas, you know. You know, she served a distinguished career. And this is where I've, you know, became acquainted with her when she served from 1997 to 2014 as a delegate. You know, that was 17 years. You know, that is commendable and to be congratulated, you know. So I'm sure, her mom, Shirley, is, sitting up in the heavens and smiling and being so proud of her daughter, and also sister Rebecca and brother Adam. Congratulations. This is a real legacy family of our community in the Virgin Islands. So blessings, and I am so proud to be able to support this. And please put me down as a sponsor. I wanted to ask also the distinguished James O'Brien, Honorable, because I know that you served with Donna. You was the district communications assistant, etc. So, Mr. O'Brien, can you tell me in a few words what stands out to you the most of the Honorable Donna Christensen?
Well, for one thing, it impressed me the way she, in the term I worked with her, that's her first term, how she was so easily integrated into the congressional leadership. I see the gentleman who is the chairman of the House Investigation Committee of the President, Benny Thompson. He was here with her, as was James Clyburn, another significant member of the Congress. And they loved Donna. So I could see that her very personality gave her, at the Virgin Islands, an inroad into national policies. And I know when she went to South Africa, and she was there in the shadows of Nelson Mandela and John Lewis and those people, she brought integrity and respectability to her office. And she was around the congressional leaders. Like I remember the day she brought the delegate from Washington, D.C., and she was in my office. So those are the kind of things that are important in legislation that you see. Even though she had no vote, she had influence with those key people. And because of it, the Virgin Islands gained a reputation and leadership.
Well, thank you. And
one moment,
okay.
Senator Fonseca, your time has been called, and so I will allow you to wrap up.
Oh, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Yes, so real quickly, I would like to say to Donna Marie Christensen, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all of that courageous service you have given to your people, these Virgin Islands. Blessings, blessings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're most welcome, Senator Fonseca. Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, and the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Clearly today is a great day. It's always a great day when we can recognize and honor our own. I just love it when we have this opportunity to do it while that individual is still here among us. So that means a lot. I want to commend the sponsor of the bill, the resolution, and I've also have signed on to it. And clearly, we see by the bill and the testimonies we've heard here tonight that, and the testimonies were very moving, by the way, that former Congresswoman Donna Christensen has been recognized nationally and even internationally. Many awards over the years because of her service, her career, her dedication. Being in the medical field really is a gift. Not everyone is in that field. You have to have a gift for that and a certain level of compassion. So I think she brought to the political arena that same compassion that she demonstrated in the medical field. And I think that's what makes her unique. Her way, how she treated people, the contact with individuals, that level of respect. And we heard individuals testifying of her being a woman of character and integrity. In my case, she's been an inspiration because of her demeanor, the way how she conducts herself. I really haven't seen her angry. You know, I'm not saying that she doesn't. Like me, you know, we have our moments in our time, but she always has and operates in this level of grace, and that's something that's admirable, it's beautiful to see someone, a daughter of the soil, a pride of this U.S. Virgin Islands, being recognized and having our Health Virgin Islands Department being named after her. So clearly I will be supporting this resolution. I will be honored to join on as a co-sponsor, and it's long overdue. So I thank you, the sponsor of the measure, for bringing this forward. I really don't have any questions. I think the testimonies have been very clear, speaking about who she is, her career, her educational, everything, her service. So it's just, I'm delighted to be part of this on this day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. I see we have the chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, the Honorable Diane Capehart, joining us in the Earl B. Otley Chambers in St. Thomas. Welcome, non-member Senator Capehart, to the committee meeting, and you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And most importantly, to our honoree who's being honored today for Bill number 35-0029. I'm not a member of this committee, but I have known Donna Christensen since the beginning of time. She's a family friend. She is a friend of mine, especially in the political world. She has dedicated her time to this community. And I just want to say thank you to the sponsor for bringing this forward, because yes, she does deserve this honor today. She's been a great political leader, serving us as the delegate to Congress for many years. She's been a leader in the Democratic political arena. I can go on, but all the testifiers today that spoke on her behalf, they spoke of compassion, they spoke of their work with her together, and there's nothing else that I can say other than she was even my doctor. And this is just a personal joke that I'll always remember, Donna. When I was having my first child, I went to her. I couldn't even believe that I was pregnant. And she said to me, Diane, you're pregnant? You're definitely pregnant. And that had always stayed in my mind as being a doctor, my family doctor. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. But it was so funny that, you know, you can get so comfortable with your doctor. She was a family doctor. And the compassion that she showed when she served the people of St. Croix, I will never forget. So I too will sign on this legislation. And I am proud that she is a Virgin Island that has served in many capacities. So thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. And I am proud of you that you are a Virgin Islander, and we are not only recognizing you after, we are recognizing you now. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Senator Capehart. Madam Clerk, kindly place 4 minutes on the clock for me. Thank you. and I will try not to go over that 4 minutes. Try very hard. I don't do it, make it all the time, but I'll try. I first heard about the honoree from my grandmother as well as my late mother when she ran. They said to me, because my people are deep Moravians, going way generational deep. And they said, when you go to the poll, you're voting for her only. Okay, that's it. That's the end of the, and I'm always very obedient as a daughter and a granddaughter to do exactly that. Then I got encountered with her when I was a delegate for the Virgin Islands Conservation Society. We were members of the National Wildlife Federation, and I was a Virgin Islands delegate to this huge national and international organization on conservation and preservation. And every time I went there, she didn't know me, she didn't know anything about me. She would make time as a delegate to the Virgin Islands, to Congress, to spend some time with myself and the alternate. And that was all part of the seed that was growing. And then I had the esteemed honor to work for the Housing Authority as a youth bill program manager for young people who are at risk. And to give them a second opportunity, I had to write competitive grants. And we were competing against a number of states that had more resources than we did. And my supervisor at the time, she would say, Carla, you need to contact the delegate and let her know. So we are here competing. We got the first grant. My goodness, it wasn't the full amount that we received, but we went back again, and this is competition like an NBA basketball game. This is what it is. And the most you could get in this competition for this grant is $1.5 million. So we went back to bat again. Our numbers of performance measures were high. We didn't know if we would get it. We contacted the delegate. We put her out there to be the pitch hitter, and she brought it home for us. She said, Carla, it's a deal. You're going to get that money, $1.5 million to help our young people transform their lives. And when she ran for governor, we were there in the background doing what we could to support her. I remember in my visits, because I worked territorially at that time, and as I still do, I saw her at the seaplane, and we would chat, and she would say, while she was running for governor, she would say, Carla, I'm reading my daily texts. I said, the Moravian daily text, I said, you got to keep yourself focused on what we need to do here in the Virgin Islands and be intentional. So I am not surprised at all with all the accolades that Donna has received today, my sister has received today, because it speaks volume of the character and the upbringing that she has exemplified in our community and also nationally. I neglected to mention that one time when I was a senatorial staff member, I had the occasion to go to one of these national conferences. And guess, I'll wrap up now. And guess who was the guest speaker to talk about HIV/AIDS? Our very own delegate on a national stage. My heart was filling with so much pride, and she was counting about statistical numbers. Immediately when I saw this bill, I signed on. I signed on from since the 34th legislature, but I definitely know that she's deserving. She's definitely a trailblazer, and I definitely will be making that amendment to convey the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor. Thank you so much. President, Novel E. Francis, you're recognized for your wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And real quickly, because I know that you have to go, but I really want to thank all of the testifiers again for painting the picture that was within our thoughts, especially when Ruben Malloy and the Commissioner Encarnacion really just spoke about how they want to honor and commend this whole build-out and renaming of the facility, Charles Howard. But I also want to thank my colleagues for all of the comments that have been made here this morning, and continue to really honor and commend our honoree that's being considered here. And I just were able to pull out a few descriptors. First, a public servant, trailblazers, compassionate, legacy of service, impressive, the great, trustworthiness. All of these things were mentioned today. And I truly believe and can say that, in fact, we believe that Dr. Christensen has really shattered the glass ceiling. And I like the fact that, certainly all of the testimony here, certainly the Basil Attlee or Jimmy O'Brien, they spoke well of this. But I love to see when women celebrate other women. Because that always seems to be a difficult posture in this community. And it's so critical when we see that. So we refer to the term of Renaissance men, but Renaissance woman is also recognized here in this instance, where, all of the contributions that have been made by Donna. I have had the opportunity to walk the halls of Congress when I served as security aide for Governor Alexander Farley. She was greatly respected there, back in the 90s and early 2000s, so we know of the work that she's done there. We know that how she's really celebrated in Washington, and it's good to see the same level of commitment here in the Virgin Islands. My admonishment is that at some point, Dr. Christensen, you have to lighten your agenda. You got this regimented agenda that every time you got to go, you got to lighten the agenda and enjoy a little bit of this life. It's fleeting. Please, whatever you do, enjoy a little bit of this life. But we thank you. We commend you. We honor you. We love you. Take care of yourself. God bless you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I just want to ask my colleagues to, as you have signed on, to fully support this measure. As I'm not a member of this committee, please vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. At this time, I will allow all of the testifiers to place on the record a 30-second wrap-up. We'll start with you, Commissioner Encarnacion.
Really want to say thank you, Senator Francis, as well as everyone else who signed off on the bill. It is wonderful sitting here. I have to tell you that this lady next to me is my sister friend. And so to listen to what she had to say, I knew that she had so much experience with Donna, Dr. C, as we call her. But to hear it out loud and to hear all of the testimonies that have been presented today really and truly goes without anything else needed to be said other than thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Encarnacion. Mrs. Monique Clendenin Watson, you're recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you, Chairwoman Joseph. Thanks to all the senators for their support of this important legislation. Delegate Christensen wanted me to say that she had to leave because, of course, she's off to another appointment for yet another commitment, and that's why she isn't here at the end. But I know that she fully, gratefully, is very pleased by this honor. It is always good to see your life work bloom, and I think this is like the bloom, the big bloom at the end for her. And thank you for this.
And thank you so much for those words. Mrs. Renee McAlpin Peterson, you're recognized for your 30-second closing remarks.
Good morning again, Madam Chairwoman, Committeewoman Carla Joseph. I want to thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you to the Senate President, Novel E. Francis Jr., again for bringing forward this bill, being the sponsor, one of the leading sponsor for this bill, and to all the senators who have joined on as well on this bill. And like I say, I am a firm believer in giving people their flowers when they are alive and well. And Dr. Donna Christensen, you have done us well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And she definitely is alive and well. She sped right out of here. So on her busy schedule, the Honorable James O'Brien Jr., you are recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I join with some of my colleagues at me. It feels like a renewal of our years together in office. But I just want to say that before Mrs. Watson is done, we have an assignment to help Donna put together her memoirs. But we'll take it up on another day. But we honor a great Virgin Islander, and those of us who served with her have reason to be proud of this day and this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have two individuals who are joining us virtually. Dr. Mavis Matthew, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I certainly can, and more importantly, I can also see you. Kindly proceed with your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you, Honorable Senator and Chairperson, for this opportunity. I would like to say that the testimony rendered today truly reflects many aspects of Donna's contribution, and the recognition is so vital to her as her family and to us as a community. I want to state I have a young lady by the name of Faith Mason. She plans to study pediatrics, and I asked her to come so she can witness history, to be an inspiration to young people to come back home and study and contribute to their community. I would also like to say, as a physician, that Donna's compassion transcends any one individual or political party, but she is a healer. And in this capacity, it is fitting that she is named, the building is named in her honor. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matthew. And finally, we come to the Honorable Basil Otley. You're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Okay, great, Madam Chairman. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have participated virtually. I would have really loved to have been there in person. I perhaps might have been a bit more passionate, and we may have, I might have told you the rest of the story on certain incidents. But I think this was a really momentous and worthwhile piece of legislation that the Senate President has offered, and I encourage everybody to sign on. And I really hope that there's unanimous consent on this issue, because it's really deserving of the person, Donna Christensen, who we seek to honor by this. I've been really happy to have been along the journey with her, and I really just want to express all the best for her as she continues to give to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I hope everybody really appreciates her and lifts her up in God's blessings as she continues her travail in this journey through life. So thank you for the opportunity. God bless everyone. Wonderful seeing a number of the testifiers there. And I hope to, at some point when the real building is going up, being able to post around the champagne as we are able to enter and really walk the halls of the new Donna Christensen Health Center. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you have a motion. You're recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress, be voted upon in this committee favorably and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0029 has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senators Samuel Carrion and Senator Milton Potter. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on Bill number 35-0029.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca,
Yes.
yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas and 2 absent.
Bill number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action and consideration. Madam Clerk, kindly note that Senator Alma Francis Heiliger vote as yes on. Sorry, Senator Francis Heiliger. I heard you after I started. Okay, so thank you so much. Testifiers, we want to thank you for taking time out of your day to appear in person as well as virtually, and also thank those individuals who sent in written testimonies to be read into the record. Your appearance before the committee is completed and you are released from your appearance today. Thank you so much. The committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the next item on today's agenda.
The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins and co-sponsored by Senator Carla J. Joseph. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Ivor Sridharan, former Senator, the Honorable Liliana Belardo D. O'Neill, former Senator, Ms. Juanita Isles Richards, Mr. Ray Isles and Ms. Keisha Isles. Madam Chair, this ends the reading for today of Block 2 of today's agenda.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0041? Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Madam Chair and colleagues, this year and this month, we celebrated the 175th emancipation, and I find it quite fitting at this time to offer this bill to award the late Honorable Edgar D. Isles the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Senator Isles was born in New York, but came to the Virgin Islands as a small child, eventually graduating from the Christiansted High School and enlisting in the U.S. Army and fighting the Korean War. On his return to St. Croix, he became very active in the community, working with the St. Croix Home Guards, which is now the Auxiliary Police, the Boy Scouts of America, the American Red Cross, the Auxiliary Firefighters, the Special Olympics, the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce, Rotary Club, Frederiksted Festival Committee, and the Grove Place Action Committee, among many other volunteer efforts, but perhaps most notably as president of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee beginning in 1976. As our St. Croix senator, he championed several important initiatives, such as the domestic violence bill, our campaign disclosure laws, and lighting the Polly Joseph Stadium, which we would love to see back up in action. Over the years, Senator Isles also worked for the St. Croix Labor Union, the Virgin Islands Corporation, the U.S. Postal Service, the former Department of Conservation and Cultural Affairs, which is today known as Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and as a proud local farmer. Senator Isles' community engagement lasted long into his retirement, just like the previous honoree. He remained an active member of the American Legion, where he served in many leadership capacities, to include being the founding commander of Post 133. He worked, he was a good role model for our youth and served our community throughout his entire life. I believe Senator Isles, or I should say I know Senator Isles, is most deserving of the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor and to be formally recognized for all he's contributed to our Virgin Islands. I thank you all. I look forward to hearing some of the testimony. Unfortunately, one of our testifiers, the Honorable Liliana Belardo de O'Neill, is under the weather today, so will not be able to be here with us, but I want to wish her well. And I'm looking forward to hearing the other testimonies. Thank you, and colleagues, at the appropriate time, I'm asking for your support as we bestow the VI Commendation Medal of Honor Award to our former Senator Edgar D. Isles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Majority Leader, for those opening remarks. We do have with us today one testifier in the conference room here in St. Croix, and we also have another testifier in the chambers in St. Thomas, as well as two testifiers joining us virtually. What I will do is begin with the testifier here. We're just going to do a microphone check to make sure everything is running smoothly with the audio, and then we will begin to receive your testimony. And you could just say good morning and place your name on the record, beginning with the testifier here in the conference room.
Testing, mic one. Good morning. My name is Ray Isles, son of Senator Edgar Isles. Morning, Carla. Morning, Senator Noble Francis, Senator Gittins, and the guests.
Thank you. We're just doing a mic check, And then we will go to the chambers in St. Thomas. We have a testifier there. Just saying good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator
Thank
Joseph.
you. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you so much. And we have two individuals joining us virtually. If you'd be so kind to do a microphone check and state your name so we can see who is who. Let's start with a lady in the blue.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Juanita Isles Richards. I am the daughter of Edgar M. Isles.
Thank you so much and welcome. Another lady.
Thank you.
We cannot hear you. I see your lips moving, but we did not hear anything. Maybe you need to unmute. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. This is Keisha Isles, daughter of former Senator Edgar M. Isles.
Thank you so much, Ms. Isles, and welcome. We will begin with the testifier here in the conference room in St. Croix, Mr. Ray Isles. Mr. Isles, I understand you have a few written remarks. Kindly proceed with reading them into the record.
Good morning. My name is Ray Isles, son of Edgar Isles. Like I said, good morning to everybody. You know, my dad, my best friend, I know him as a farmer, working in the post office. You know, this book here was written by Richard Schrader. This says a lot about him. I know him doing farming and working for Vicorp. When food was being shipped out of St. Croix, originally St. Croix was the breadbasket of the Caribbean. I also know him working for the Department of Soil Conservation, Recreation Department. In those days, I had my own team, and he used to help me out. President of the Olympic Committee, Virgin Islands Olympic Committee for 27 years, as he is one of the only 7 persons in the entire world to hold that position for 27 years and over. Like Senator Gitson said if he didn't spearhead the what's the committee name again? Paraplegic. The one used to run a Martin Marietta, what it was. If he wasn't the founder of it, Special Olympic. If he wasn't the founder of the Special Olympic Committee, he was one of the spearhead. You know, we had conversation about him. You know, I worked with him for like 4 or 5 or more at his Olympic Committee function at Martin Marietta. And then being a senator, you know, I was always around him. One thing he did when he was in the Senate was that I know that helped a lot of people is when he spearheaded that bill for the fishermen to accept food stamp from people receiving them. And then, you know, he grew up here in St. Croix. He went to school in Diamond with one of his best friends, Ralph D. Shabert. And they remain friends up to today. You know, since he passed, Dr. Shabert and me had a conversation the other day about it. You know, since he passed, you know, his friend is gone. Ain't got nobody else to talk to like that, you know. One thing he used to tell me is, the older you get, the less you're going to see your friends. You know, that's about it for me.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will now transition to the St. Thomas Chambers. The Honorable Ivor Sudiron, you're recognized to place your testimony on the record.
Thank you, Senator. And good day, Madam Chairwoman Carla Joseph, members and non-members of the committee, the family of former Senator Edgar Iles, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Ivor Sudiron, and I'm very pleased to have been asked by Senator Gittens, the prime sponsor of this measure, to comment on Bill number 350041, which, if enacted, would confer the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously on former Virgin Islands Senator, the Honorable Edgar Milton Iles. I knew him only as Edgar M. Iles. By way of disclosure, I served as a senator in the 14th, 16th, and 17th legislatures. During that period, I served with Senator Iles during 2 of his 4 terms as a senator, the 14th and the 17th legislatures. Senator Iles, of course, served in the 14th, the 15th, the 17th, and the 18th legislatures, and we worked well together during those 2 overlapping terms. I support without reservation the award of the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor to Senator Iles posthumously. In truth, though, the medal would be provided ceremoniously to the family of the late senator as a family keepsake. That is, as an enduring emotional connection to the departed senator. The Medal of Honor would also represent a clear demonstration to the children of the senator and his other family members of the respect and appreciation which the Virgin Islands people have had for the exemplary public service of this adopted son of the Virgin Islands. Now, I say adopted son because although Senator Iles was born in New York City, New York, in 1927, he had been a contributing resident of the Virgin Islands since 1938. That is, beginning first as an 11-year-old child, and later during his entire public and social contributions that he made throughout his lifetime. As such, Senator Iles considered the Virgin Islands, and particularly St. Croix, as his only home, and all the people of the Virgin Islands as his extended family members. In fact, I would dare say that if Senator Isles had ever been asked if he missed New York and if he would have considered relocating to that city, I am absolutely certain that in his quiet but firm, characteristic manner, he would have simply pointed to his 40 years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands as a senator, as a community leader and activist, a farmer, and his service to the country as a whole as his answer to that question. I will not repeat here the very long list of community and social activities to which Senator Isles gave his time and passion. As a matter of fact, it is all set out in the bill. As I said, they're adequately set out in the bill and more expansively discussed by his family members present and Senator Gittens. I would briefly suggest to the committee and the wider Virgin Islands community that Senator Edgar M. Isles was the sort of person for which high honors are designed. He served the Virgin Islands long and well during his entire lifetime. I believe he died at 93. In the 2 terms that I served with the senator, he always exhibited a thorough understanding of the issues which confronted and at times befuddled the territory and which were often addressed at the legislative level. Senator Isles represented his constituents loyally and knew well that bipartisanship in addressing the territory's problems was much more likely to result in good outcomes. There could not be a clearer picture of Senator Isles' legislative success than his conduct during formal sessions of the legislature. And I may depart a bit from my written testimony in one instance. On many occasions, issues would arise which roiled the members of the body. Sometimes tempers would occasionally flare up. Senator Isles would often observe the going on with a bemused smile behind his thick mustache. In fact, I recall on most occasions that whenever there was absolute chaos in this chamber, you could always see Senator Isles sitting, I believe, where Senator Fonseca is sitting right now, in his chair. He would push back in his seat, pick up, I guess, the bills or whatever was going on. And while there was arguments going back and forth in this chamber, Senator Isles would be sitting there with a smile on his face. Sometimes you couldn't tell whether it was a smile or smirk because of a thick mustache, but he would be sitting there just simply listening to what was going on and not participating in all of the craziness that was going on. But when the senator rose to speak, that was the one thing. Whenever he spoke to speak, most often the tension in this room would abate, even if it's just for a short time. And it was because of the calm way that Senator Isles would present himself, always scholarly. And I think that sometimes, perhaps during the time that we had all of the confusion in the chamber, I think perhaps because he was a bit older than all of us, I think he perhaps looked on us as a bunch of spoiled children just carrying on in the chamber. But as I said, but once he spoke, I think everyone basically responded affirmatively to him. Senator Isles was truly, in my opinion, a diplomat in his own making. And as set forth in the bill before you, his exemplary service to the community certainly extended well beyond the walls of this legislature and well beyond the time that he served as a senator. And also, the legions of people who he served, as set forth again in the bill before you, is clearly emblematic of the regard that they had for him. The legions of these people, young and not so young, they remember him to this day with affection, as do I. As I said, Edgar, as I affectionately called him, was especially helpful to me when I served as president of the 17th legislature. Because in the midst of turmoil, and sometimes I cause a turmoil myself as a president in how I responded to some senators and some of the antics, I would look over to him again, as I said, over by the seat that now occupied by Senator Fonseca. And as I said, Senator Isles would simply be sitting there smiling, just observing what was going on, perhaps a suggestion that the difficult times that we were having in the legislature at times would soon pass. And so, as I first stated, I support the award of the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor to Edgar M. Isles for his over 40 years of his exemplary service to his adopted homeland, the Virgin Islands, and his people. There are but 2 revisions I would suggest be made to the bill before you. I had earlier informed Senator Gittens of in the measure there's a single, what I think is a typographical error. The bill records Senator Isles as having been born in 1927, but that he graduated from high school on St. Croix in 1916. Obviously, you can't be born in 1927 and graduate from high school in 1916. The 1916 date is obviously a typo, which should be corrected merely as a technical error. And that I don't believe that you would need a formal motion on that, other than a formal written motion, other than a verbal motion to correct the date from 1916 to when he actually graduated from high school. Now, the first revision I would suggest would be to insert the date of his passing. He died in September 28, 2021, but it's not reflected in the bill. I would suggest that just a line be put in the bill indicating that he passed on September 28, 2021. And the other matter will be that of conferring the Medal of Honor. Now, the bill proposes the award of a Medal of Honor to the late senator, but it does not specifically state that such a valuable token will be struck. And when we say struck, in the parlance of people who are jewelers and so forth, when you say struck, it means that you create the item. In this case, pursuant to our law, it would have to be struck in gold and presented to his family. Now, instead, the bill simply states that a perma-plaque copy of the act shall be presented to the senator's family. That is not the same as what is required under Title I, Section 103 of the Virgin Islands Code. That is the striking of a metal in gold and the presentation of it to the honoree, or in this case, to his family. If I may, I would recommend that the medal be struck as prescribed in Section 103, and thereafter be presented to the family together with a certified copy of the act, rather than the usual perma-plaque copy only. Now, over the past few years, I have, especially when I was the executive director of this legislature, I had been charged with arranging for medals of honor to be struck in gold as required for presentation to the honorees. One was to former Senator John A. Bell, and the other to the late former Governor Charles W. Turnbull. I also understand that a Medal of Honor was also conferred on former Senator Celestino White, Sr., and also, I believe, Alfred Heath, also, I believe, most recently to Holland Redfield. So I believe that given what we've done, that is, we've struck the Medal of Honor in gold and have actually presented that to the honoree or to the honoree's family, I think we should do the same thing for Senator Edgar Isles. I believe he is worthy of it. I support again, without reservation, I support the bill, and I commend the senator, that is Senator Gittens, for presenting it to this body, and I trust that my comments are helpful in the committee's deliberations. And again, I support the bill. I support the award of this medal to the really, really fine gentleman, former Senator, the late Senator Edgar M. Isles. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm available for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Ivor Strudyron. At this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Juanita Isles Richards. Ms. Richards, are you still with us? Beautiful. Can you kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record?
Senator, both my sister and I, Keisha Isles, wrote the testimony together. So can I let her read that testimony into the record? It represents the family testimony.
By all means, yes. Ms. Keisha Isles,
Okay. Good afternoon once
you may
again.
proceed.
I'm just making sure everyone can hear me. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and all of the members of the 35th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen, the other testifiers, Senator Shadayan, and all ladies and gentlemen in the listening and viewing audience. I am Keisha Isles, a daughter of former Senator Edgar Isles. I'm appearing before you today along with my siblings who you heard from, Ray Isles and Juanita Isles Richards, to provide testimony on proposed bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles. Thank you all for this honor. And I'm going to focus on his Olympic career and his leadership of in the sports realm. As many of you know, Dad held a passion and dedication for the advancement of sports and working with young athletes and fellow sports enthusiasts in the territory. This led him to the position of Assistant Director of Sports within the Division of Parks and Recreation in the 1970s. Dad had expanded his service to the development of Virgin Islands sports by serving in numerous capacities in the boxing, softball, track and field, and volleyball federations. In 1976, he became president of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee and served in the role for 20 years. As president, not only did he nurture and mentor young athletes, but Dad also paved the way for the next generation of sports leaders. He brought greater national and international exposure to the athletes and sports in the Virgin Islands, and was recognized for his efforts by the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee body when they approved his nomination as honorary president of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. His active participation in various civic and sporting organizations allowed him to travel around the globe. He visited every continent except for Africa and Antarctica, and he took VI Pride with him wherever he went. Yes, he was born in New York City, but his father, George Isles, was a born Crucian, and his mother, Alberta Jarvis, was born in Nevis. He had deep Caribbean roots. Dad loved celebrating Virgin Islands culture and was a frequent participant in the Crucian Christmas Festival events and the agriculture and food fair, where he won ribbons for his sorrel drink. He always encouraged us to do the same and to bring him a mespo, lasanja, dondesla, or coconut tart, his favorites. As I said, he was born in New York City, but he was a Crucian to the bone. I'm convinced that his navel string was buried under Frederiksted Fish Market, which is where he spent many afternoons in his retirement, enjoying the world-class sunset. My favorite thing about Dad is that his joy was spending time with his family. I miss the days when he would pile us into his truck for a trip to the beach, followed by a stop at Armstrong's or a drive out to the countryside to pick mangoes and Kenneth. As a family, we are united in our support of this measure, honoring our beloved patriarch, Edgar M. Isles. We're prepared to answer any questions that would encourage passage of this bill. Thank you for your consideration. A special thank you to Senator Kenny Gittens for drafting the measure.
Thank you so much, Keisha. for your testimony. It really gives us a well-rounded impression of all your late father did to support the community as well as his family. Thank you kindly for making some time and taking some time to be here to provide this level of testimony. Colleagues, I believe we have received all the testimony that are slated for this bill. I will now proceed with one round of 4 minutes of questioning. We will begin with Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. President Francis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, and certainly good afternoon to Team Isles that's here this afternoon, certainly Ray, Juanita, and Keisha. I commend the bill sponsor for moving this legislation, and certainly as I continue to read and listen to the testimony, some of it continue to at least bring some reflection because it's nothing that's new to me. I've had the opportunity to live in this community and see some of the life work that have been done by former Senator Edgar Isles. And, just always kind of admired, his tall, distinguished looking individual that always seems to be well disciplined and well able to control, his temper, and certainly a man of great character in this community. The whereas clauses recognizes the life work of the former senator, and I also agree that his work for over 40 years here in this community, and I think well beyond 40 years, he is deserving of the Medal of Honor. I have seen him at the Olympics. I've seen him at perhaps every agriculture fair that I certainly could remember, selling those Rotary tickets out there with the Rotary Club, as well as his work with the American Legion, during the various parades and those activities. I wanted to ask you, Ray or Keisha, Juanita, in terms of, we have always had the opportunity to see former Senator Isles on his good side. I wanted to ask you, have you had an opportunity to see him on the bad side? What makes him angry? What really got on his nerve? And what made him, be able to become a little bit vocal and distraught, in his goings? Ray?
For me, I could only think on one time that I ever seen him really mad. That's the time when he came to school when I was in 12th grade and put his hand on me. But other than that...
Say that again. I don't know why you're stuttering. Say that again.
So when I was in 12th grade and I did something out of the way to one of his military friends, and he came and actually put his hand on me in front of the whole school,
Yeah.
And other than that, all I know him to do is keep his mouth shut, and tomorrow you'll hear about it, what he think you should have done and whatever. But I can't recall seeing him out of rage or anything of the kind like that. I don't know about Keisha.
Keisha, Juanita?
That was funny. I honestly, he was never a father to raise his voice and all of that kind of stuff. You basically the tone and the deepness of his voice would let you know that he was upset about something, and he was. Even as he got older, he was sick, and Anita kind of tested this. When he needed something, you did it for him, and he was satisfied. So yeah, he was, just, I can't say anything back.
Juanita?
No, I concur with that as well. And even if he did get upset, it only lasted somewhat but 2 minutes. So it never lasted for long. Like Attorney Stradin said, he would just go right back into the newspaper that he was reading and forget about everything that had occurred before. So no.
Very well. My time had been called, but again, I see a lot of reflection in just this hearing your testimony. I remember growing up as a young individual that my father is from Antigua, so he always referred to him as Minister of Sports. It's always about sports for him. He's always out there. I also had the opportunity to engage with him over at the fish market in Frederiksted. He was never too big to be around his people. And a lot of times, so again, I am happy to be in this position. Like I said, I'm not a member of this committee, but certainly as we move this measure through, I will be supportive of making sure that I vote in the affirmative for this, and I commend the bill sponsor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so much, Mr. President. Senator Milton E. Potter, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. I absolutely rise in full support of Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands a Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. They don't have a bunch of Miltons remaining. I'm probably one of the last of the Miltons, so I respect and appreciate that Edgar Isles was a Milton. But without question, in terms of what we are doing here today, I think Senator Isles really embodies a high level of excellence and high standards. So without question, he is worthy of receiving such a distinguished honor. He served as a senator in the 14th, 15th, 17th, and 18th legislatures. He was district governor nominee, Rotary Club, District 702. He was president of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. His reach in this community as a public servant was really vast. And he's been an example for many Virgin Islanders to emulate. I wanted to ask the testifiers if there is something, starting with his children, if there is something about your dad that most people may not be aware of, something that you care to share with us that you clearly know as close family members that most of us who, may know him on a much more casual level may not be aware of.
Keisha here. I would say, when we were preparing to bury Dad, and this is something that we know about him, forever, but it really struck me that, he was born in New York. His parents, they lived in tenement housing in New York. And, his mom died when him and his siblings were very young. And he had to go into foster care in the city of New York. And they lived with a couple out in Amityville, Long Island. And it just struck me that, somebody who, and then, his dad was sick. His dad got better, and then he moved the family back to St. Croix or to St. Croix. And it just struck me that, he had a lot of adversity in his young life. And, he still managed to overcome that adversity and, truly make something of himself. work to make something of his children and to help his children. So to me, I think that's probably one of the less known, aspects of his life. But I think that it speaks tremendously about the character of the man who we're talking about today.
Absolutely. I appreciate you sharing that. And you're right. It does speak to the level of character and resilience of this really solid and noteworthy Virgin Islander. And I'm really appreciative that you were able to share that with us. Senator Shadaiwan, I know as a colleague of his, can you tell us, and you kind of hinted around some of them, but of all of his attributes and characteristics and accomplishments that he possessed, which stands out most to you?
Senator, what stands out most to me with regard to Edgar, as I affectionately call him, was that he, from my vantage point, he never really sought leadership roles. It seemed to me it was always conferred on him because he normally joined for the purpose of helping. I guess as he went through in many of these organizations that he joined to help, they recognize the value of his service. And so they elevated him repeatedly to leading positions. And I think that is the sense of what I had of him. And not only that, but the fact is, he served 4 terms in the legislature. That's 8 years. There aren't many people who serve even a full 1 term or 2 terms. And it speaks to the fact that the people of St. Croix who elected him saw him as someone who they could send to the legislature who would represent their interests, and that he did with aplomb. Those would be the things that I remember about him.
Excellent. Well said. I mean, you say he never really sought the limelight, but he was really drafted based on the characteristics and attributes that he possessed. You were saying something? Okay, well, she's at time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, the Isles children, for sharing your dad with us. He was definitely a giant of a Virgin Islander, and we appreciate this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter, for those questions. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
To the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I too would like to join my colleagues in support of this piece of legislation 35-0041 in reading all that I have read in regards to the bill and learning firsthand from some of the testifiers about this individual. I definitely have to sign on that he was very, very positive and right individual here in the territory. And sometimes even posthumously, we have to recognize when people have assisted our territory in moving forward in a positive way. So I will only just offer one question to the testifiers here, specifically his children. I'm sure those who have connected to him in a way that some of us might not have over the years who have known him personally. What is the one thing with those that are here, his children, you would say that you could say about your father that helped shape the course of your life today?
Hi, this is Juanita. One of the things I would say is his diligence, the diligence that my father had in him, I have in me. Not to give up on things in my life that I'm working on, and to continue to strive to do the best that I could do. And also, he really instilled in me to have Virgin Islands national pride. I mean, right. We see it all the time, but it's just learning your culture, just instilling it by having that role model there with you in the sporting industry, in the community aspect, in the leadership aspect, he really instilled in me to have that Virgin Islands national pride and to always be proud of where I've come from and where our family came from. And I just want to correct the record that I believe our grandfather, who was his father, left the Virgin Islands at a young age and went to New York. So he was here first, and they left and went to New York, and then they came back as kids. So his, he is a Virgin Islands, like my sister said, to the bone. So that's
Good.
Sure.
And I would add that he was a humanitarian. He was always, and I feel like that was definitely passed along to me. And in my early life, I was a social worker, and I love to get involved in activities involving young people. I hope to be able to mentor more as my job starts to wind down a bit. And and he was big into family. He always wanted us to make sure that we knew our family from St. Croix, from New York, from LA, from throughout the Caribbean. So he was very, and he loved that. I loved listening to him talk about who this cousin was and who that cousin was, and so and so, and yeah.
Well, good. I'm very happy to hear how not only respectful but joyfully you guys speak about your dad and the impact that he had on your lives, and clearly the impact he had on the people of this territory. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I will definitely be supporting and voting in the affirmative on this piece of legislation.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Frances Heiliger. Next, I'd like to recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we'd like to give a special welcome to all of the distinguished testifiers. And I am definitely in support of awarding the Medal of Honor to a distinguished Virgin Islander, Edgar Isles, born October 8, 1927. He would have been 96 years old today. Bless his soul. May he rest in peace. It's very interesting. We have here today the distinguished former president of the 17th legislature, Mr. Ivor Stradiron, and he just informed me today that I am sitting in the seat that the Honorable Edgar Isles sat in. So I don't know if I'm, able to sit in the seat, but I will definitely try to do my best because it is such a privilege to be able to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. So right now, Mr. Isles, I have a real dilemma because, we have an issue that is on my mind now because, we all agree of this school that's needed on St. John. And there's a lot of emotions tied to it. So I'm going to ask you to help me with this, but I want to briefly comment because his middle name was Milton, but he have a son that's named Ray Isles. So you could see I am also a Ray. So I am so thrilled and special welcome to the other two children, Kisha and Juanita, that's here. And I definitely want to ensure, as the former president, Mr. Stradiron, was saying, that this has to be presented, the perma plaque cast in gold, like the former chairman the Medal of Honor cast in gold, because this is very important. The Medal of Honor is the highest award that we can bestow. and it always has to be done properly. So, Mr. Stradairon, I would like to ask you to briefly, for me, tell me, how do you think Mr. Edgar Isles would vote on this issue of the school and the land swap in St. John? Please, he's served in the 14th, 15th, 17th, and 18th. So I know there's wisdom in this seat. Please, Mr. Stradairon.
Can I say no comment? Senator, the issue of the school in St. John, I think everyone accepts that it's not always the best thing for a child who lives in Coral Bay to have to travel like 4 o'clock in the morning to catch a boat and then to get over to St. Thomas in time for school and then somehow to get back. So there has to be some way of resolving that matter. It would certainly have been good if the federal government were magnanimous and basically said there is a need on St. John for a school of the sort contemplated, and confer or convey a parcel of land for that purpose. But unfortunately, we are dealing with basically what you could call a remote landowner, and that federal government. And perhaps there may be a way still to negotiate to the point where we don't have to give up an island or a key in order to get that. Perhaps more lobbying perhaps may help, but the fact remains that a school is needed, and even if we have to do something that basically is not I guess it sticks in your craw. But sometimes you have to basically take the position that the good that it will do is far better than the detriment. That would be my position.
Thank you very much. And at the appropriate time, I am in full support of Bill number 35-0041 to award the Medal of Honor to this distinguished Mr. Isles, a gentleman, a humanitarian, a Virgin Islander, a proud Virgin Islander. And thank you and blessings, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Thank you. Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And once again, good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience and the testifiers that are here and in St. Thomas and online in St. Thomas chambers. Today continues to be a great day. You know, this morning we were honor recognizing someone who has an awesome career and lifelong public servant. And now we're here for Bill 35-0041. I want to commend the bill sponsor, my good colleague from Frederickstead, for bringing this measure forward. Clearly, former Senator Edgar Isles was a distinguished statesman, if I may say. I think he went to school even with my father. So a veteran, someone who served our country, not only our territory, but also with around 40 years of public service, who served in the legislature, like how we heard before, in the 14, 15, 17, and 18 legislature of the Virgin Islands, a member of the Democratic Party, was part of one of the Constitution conventions, and he gave of his life, his time, and his service to our territory. Legionnaire, and so many other things we could say about this great man. And it's so great to have his son here present, and that his family members can receive this honor on his behalf. And I think it's most worthy. Can you share with us maybe something particular that highlights your father character that you remember that you can share with us? Maybe a funny moment or something very personal for you.
You know, the way my father was laid back, you know, and it's like he had an attitude of if it don't apply, let it fly. and if it applies, you mightn't hear from me today, but you're gonna hear from me tomorrow. You know, like I will never forget, like one time I told him I was working in the legislature and I told him I'm leaving the legislature to go work to the Department of Parks and Rec. And he said, making that amount of money and going for a little bit of nothing? I said, well, you know, I just trying to reinvent a wheel I see you had running basketball league and different things, you know. And then he said to me, you really were listening.
Beautiful, and those are the things, the memories, right, that that you continue to have. But the legacy that you have left behind is admirable, and I think it's he's well deserved of this Medal of Honor. I think we have in St. Thomas Attorney Suzaran, if he could maybe share with us something that pops to your mind that really identify who he was, and can you share that with us?
Yes, Senator, good afternoon. Yeah, I think I've mentioned it in my written comments, and it was, as his son said, he was fairly laid back to the point where sometimes you kind of annoyed if he didn't get into the fray. We'd have all sorts of things on the floor of the legislature. There was a certain senator used to do things like turn the lights off and unplug the microphones and all that, and to the extent that Edgar was part of us here, he basically would not take it on. I think his son made the comment that if it doesn't apply, let it fly. And I think that's the way he was. He was really laid back. He studied everything that came in. He was always ready. But when things got tough in the legislature with people with, all kinds of motions going back and forth and people arguing about things, Senator Iles didn't get involved. I think he, like I said before, I think he looked at us as some young kids. They'll calm down and mature at some point, and that was the thing that I thought helped me in good stead. Because as I said in my notes, I would sit in that chair, and then sometimes I was the one who created the problem. And I would look over to Senator Iles, and Senator Iles would be sitting there smiling. And you knew that he basically was telling you, listen, Stridiron, calm down. Things are going to work out. You're going to get things done. You don't need to take on everything. And sometimes that stood me in good stead. But he was really a good man. I really appreciated him. I appreciated working with him, and we got along really very well. He's good, fine man.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. And in the nature of time, well, I would yield. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, when I think of former Senator Iles, I think of a gentle giant. And I've had the opportunity to personally know his children, Ray, Juanita, and Keisha. Your father clearly was a distinguished leader in this community. So I could imagine how you feel today, coming before the body which he once served as a senator. And when I thought about Edgar Iles, I always looked at him and admire him as being an effective leader. And I think about, this is what I say that I wanted to let you guys know. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make decisions, and the passion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but he becomes one by the equality of his actions and integrity of his intent. And this is by Douglas MacArthur. And this is what I think about Senator Isles. So I'm in support of this legislation when I have the opportunity to vote, because I know it would be forwarded out to this committee, to the Rules Committee. So I look forward to having that opportunity to vote on Act 35, well, Bill number 35-0041. I salute this exceptional leader. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Capehart. Madam Clerk, 4 minutes on the clock for me. I'm still trying to meet my goal, and hopefully today I will. I first want to commend the bill sponsor, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for reaching down deep to recognize this fine gentleman, former Senator Edgar Isles, for the work he has done for our community, how he has served us, the people, for generations and decades, because it's generations of people that he served during his time for 40 years. And really commend his family for being here. I first met former and the late Senator Edgar Isles over 30 years ago. I had the pleasure, sometimes you encounter these angels, these mavericks, and they come shrouded in such level of humility, you're just step back in awe of how much they have accomplished and also their passion. And I believe when I met him, I also met his son, Ray Isles. That's a long time we have known each other, and it was over, if my memory serves me correct, it was talking about horse racing. And I'm a horse racing enthusiast. I really enjoy seeing the horses run. I feed off of the enthusiasm, the good enthusiasm from the crowd, and then to see how we here in the Virgin Islands take up that sport of king with such passion. I want to ask because, we have still the Randolph Doc James racetrack over on the island of St. Croix, still not any movement there. And you have some fermentation, big fermentation in our sister island, St. Thomas. How would he have seen where we are? Let's talk first about the horse race, and then we'll go to the athletic, where we are with that. And I'll ask that question from you, Mr. Isles. How would your father, should he have been on this earth still, what would his impression and his perception of where we are with that industry, that racing industry be, horse racing?
Well, that's for the last 4 or 5 years before he died, for the last 3-4 years before he died, we had no racing. And every afternoon I go to the house, he got the TV on, and 43 or 44 or 45 where horse racing is showing. And he said, my God, we ain't gonna race, look why you do, I don't know what I want. This was his comment to me. Because if he was anywhere in the position to have it going, it would have been going.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And now let's talk about the athletic program. In my opening remarks, I mentioned 2 athletes that really are shining right now from the Virgin Islands recently. And of course, is our very own Aaliyah Boston, as well as Michael D'Amore. And how would he see, because, for a very small island, we have a lot a lot of young people who are coming up and just shining and putting the spotlight right here in the Virgin Islands. How would he look at it? What would be his perception? How he felt? See, I'm not making this time at all. But I have to ask that question. How would he have felt about what we are producing as far as our athletes here in the Virgin Islands? What would his perception and perspective
His
be?
perception, we might have had a little parade for the Amor. Boston might have come to St. Croix and have something here. The girls' team that just won the gold, that we would have had already something. You know, my dad, like I said, lay back and walking. Like, he had a quote, quiet progress. That was his thing, quiet progress. And when he said quiet progress, he means that he's got Kenny, Senator Sanders, and yourself working on something.
Carry on.
Carry on working on something that he know gonna happen. And when it happened, he ain't there in the front. Everybody who pushed this thing gonna be up front with him, you know, because he was like, he was a sportsman. I remember him coming to pick me up to take me to the ballpark to run ball for Wang Louis, Hector Cintron, Piggy Gerard, Valmy Thomas, all these professional baseball players to the ball field in Frederiksted. Wow. And the Sunday morning, you running the ball for them, and he just sitting down, you know. We had baseball leagues named after him, where he was, and then he ran baseball leagues himself, where he was president. You know, my dad was not only serious, but passionate about seeing things move. You know, one thing I will never forget, you know, we had a conversation, and I said to him, something is about to happen around you. And he said, what you talking about? And I said, I can't tell you everything in depth, but certain things gonna happen around you. And I explained to him what's gonna happen, and he said, you tell that young man, I said, come Saturday to his father's place, and I have a position for him. And the young man became chef de Machoni and the Olympic Committee.
Wow.
So that the young man is the president of the Virgin Island Olympic Committee, Chico Morales, you know. So that's how he was. He was like, give it up. Because the more I give up, the more gonna come my way, so I could give out more. And in the sports field, you know.
Thank you so much, because it really resonates that he did such a lot for our community and for individuals, you know. And so that's a very powerful testimony that you gave of an example of your father exemplifying truly what a humanitarian, I heard that word, is, and to pass that torch along to the other generations and make opportunities available. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your wrap-up. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray Iles, thank you for throwing me off my game. Because you really set it, you know. And as they started to talk about sports and then mention horse racing, in my mind I was like, don't even go there. Because that's one thing he will be disappointed in right now. Not only to see the state of our horse track, but to also see the state of the Polly Joseph Stadium. And you heard me mention it, and thank you for the correction. I don't know where I get D from, Edgar M. Iles. But you heard me mention in my introduction that he was responsible for the lighting of the Polly Joseph Stadium. What's lacking in this community is part of what you just said. Your father will come and pick you up and have you involved in these things with him. We need our fathers today to take that lead and pick up their children and be there with them. Parental involvement, period. I truly dislike hearing people saying, we ain't got nothing for our children to do. Go to Little League games around here and see how many parents are sitting in the stands today. We ain't running a babysitting outfit with Little League. And your father was surely around. And in those days, that saying was so real that it took a village, or it takes a village to raise a child. I truly miss his words of encouragement whenever he sees me and say, continue to champion the causes of the people. Stick with the people and they're going to stick with you. And then he would always take me back and say in his deep voice too, boy, if your grandmother Gina was around and your great-grandmother bought a mesa, but they're looking over you, in his voice. I tell you, I so miss it. But bringing forward this recognition by way of the VI Commendation Medal Award for his public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands is truly expressive, or I'd say evocative. And I'm sure it's meaningful to your family, to you, Ray, to Juanita, to Keisha, and I must apologize publicly to Kim. I didn't get to talk with her while she's not here today, and to Derek. But I hope that they understand. And listen, I was doing as your father asked me to do the people's business. And you heard what Senator Fonseca was asking the good former Senator Attorney Stradairan about what he think your father would have said with regards to the St. John land swap. That's what had me swamped for the last couple of weeks. But I think I must say that former Senator Ivor Stradairan gave his answer, his response, the political response. Your father would have said, we need to give up a thing in St. John, but they need to give us our school. For sure. And I understand what you mean by he was laid back and this and that, but you know, I don't like, I wouldn't want to use the term laid back because he was a man of action. He got things done. But certainly a distinguished gentleman, a humble giant. As a child, I used to match him up with the Green Giant. And I said, when he walked and he talked, you listened and you watched. And as I sit here today, I truly salute him for the things he has done. And I really prefer doing these things while they're alive. And I apologize to the family that we're only doing this now after he's gone. But in the past, he have gotten recognized. But the VI Commendation Medal Award is something great. And I want to also say to my colleagues, I want us to look at these resolutions that we're passing with these honoring and commendation, and let's not water this thing down. And when we give the key to the city to people in this community, we need to make sure that we do our homework on these things. These things are historical factors, years to be, and we need to make sure that we know what we're doing. Let's not water these things down. To the Isles family, I say thank you for sharing your dad with us. And we as a legislature, we as a government have to do better, and we'll do him right by ensuring that we see not only the Parley Joseph Stadium back up and running, but the Randall Doc James racetrack and the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack, which is a little ahead of us right now. Because as I pass there to go to catch the boat to St. John, man, even the grandstand is up. I'm happy for them. I'm not upset. We just need to see that same progress on St. Croix. Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I'm looking forward for your unanimous support as I move this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. I believe we've exhausted all of our senators have asked questions on this measure. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0041 has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senator Samuel Carrion and Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call on Bill number 34-0041.
Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger? Yay. Senator Kenneth Gittins? Yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr. Absent. Senator Carla Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph? Yay. Senator Milton Potter? Senator Potter? Absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. At this time, I will offer the testifiers an opportunity to place on the record a brief, 30 seconds, closing remarks. We'll start with you, Mr. Ray Isles.
I want to thank you, Kenny, and the rest of the legislature for moving this bill forward for my deceased dad. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to the Earl B. Otley Chambers and ask former Senator Ivor Sudiran, the Honorable Ivor Sudiran, to kindly place on the record your closing remarks, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I support the measure as has been presented. I do wish to once again repeat my recommendation that the bill be amended specifically to put in a portion that says that a the Medal of Honor shall be struck in gold and presented to the family. This is a physical piece of the man that the children will be able to give to their children, that is his grandchildren, and the children beyond that, so they can feel it, they can see it, they can turn it over, they can see this is what our patriarch did in his lifetime, and the people of the Virgin Islands appreciated it for doing so. So I, again, please have the Medal of Honor set out in the bill and have it actually struck and presented to them. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Honorable Ivor Stradiron. And now we will have the sisters who are joining us virtually. We'll begin with Mrs. Juanita Isles Richards. Mrs. Isles Richards, you're recognized for your 30-second closing remarks.
Yes, I am standing in support of this bill as well, and I thank the drafter of the bill, Mr. Senator Kenny Gittens, for this. He was advocating for this bill, and we as a family are proud of Senator Gittens for doing this, and all of his other colleagues who are in support of this bill, because you never know exactly who you are until you know your history. And this is one part of the history that's going to be set in stone for Dad, and not only for his family, but for other young people in the community, other people in the community. They know exactly, they have proud people to stand on and who came up before them. So thank you all for your support and for this bill, 350041.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Isles Richards. Mrs. Keisha Isles, you're going to round up all of the individuals presenting closing remarks. Kindly present your closing remarks.
So, just as my brother and sister have stated, we are tremendously appreciative of this initiative. I want to say special thank you to former Senator Ivor Stradiron for your remarks that were super poignant and just brought back a flood of memories. And many of you may recall that one of the that was coined the silent bulldozer when he was a legislator, because he worked diplomatically behind the scenes to move initiatives ahead, but he did it with the force of a bulldozer. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I just want to say thank you again to Senator Kenny Gittens. Kenny, definitely super proud and appreciative of to have this bill sponsored by a fellow Frederiksted person. So thank you all for this, for allowing us to speak. It's super appreciative, and just thank you all.
And thank you so much, Ms. Isles. At this time, we would like to thank all of the testifiers for being here, and you are released from your appearance before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the next item on today's agenda.
Block 3, the committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy. This bill is sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. The invited testifiers are Ms. Emanuela Perez Casillas, Dr. Chenzira Davis Kahina, and Ms. Alpharizia Joseph Phipps. Madam Chair, this ends the reading for Block 3 on today's agenda.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair and my fellow colleagues, I rise to present Bill 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy. It is truly an honor to present this resolution commemorating the 40th anniversary of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, which represents 40 years of excellence, 40 years, hard work, and dedication on the part of its founder, Charlita Schuster, an artistic director and renowned dancer, as well as the countless students, teachers, and community members who have benefited greatly from the Music in Motion School of Higher Education. Having acknowledged the work that Ms. Schuster has done in our community has truly transformed the lives of many. Like many art forms, Ms. Schuster has been able to use the dance to inspire, teach, and ultimately unite a community. Dance has also been credited with helping children develop essential learning skills such as creativity, communication, critical thinking, and teamwork. Through the creative process, students have encouraged the use of their imagination, collaboration with their classmates to solve problems and find multiple solutions to obstacles. It has also been demonstrated that dance increases cognitive development, and current research also substantiates that dancers have always been connected intrinsically with their bodies and their mind. For 4 decades, Ms. Schuster, along with Music in Motion School of Higher Education, has been a Virgin Islands icon. Not only have they trained some of the best students in various dance styles, such as classical, ballet, modern, tap, quadrille, African, and Latin performers, all well staged and movie entertainers, along with skilled in many areas on St. Croix. They have also performed at various events and an island center. In a short while, we will also hear testimonies from parents, current and former students, instructors, supporters who will attest to the positive impact that Ms. Charlita Schuster and Music in Motion has had and continue to have, not only on its students, but their families and the community at large. Colleagues, I ask for your support on this measure as we honor a deserving woman who has given her life and time to our community, Charlita Schuster and the Music in Motion School of Higher Education, Higher Dance Education, for their contribution to the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. With us, we have 5 individuals, and I'm suspecting 4 out of the 5 will be testifying. And I would like you to begin by we're just doing a microphone check to make sure the audio is good. We know the visual is good, and to make sure the audio is carrying, and so we can have our stenographer definitely record this historic event in the record. We'll start on my right, it'll be your left. Kindly recognize the mic of Dr. Davis Kahina. Proceed again.
Greetings, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You say your names actually also.
Good afternoon, Jelani Ritter.
Backward.
Emanuela Perez Cassius.
Afrolasia Joseph Phipps.
Charlita Schuster.
Dr. Chinsira Davis Kahina.
Thank you so much. We will begin with Dr. Chinsira Davis. Please forgive me, Kahina. We will begin with you to receive your testimony. Kindly proceed.
Greetings, distinguished, honorable members of the 35th Legislature, this Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to share this particular affirmative testimony in full support of Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of Music in Motion Dance Academy, as sponsored by the Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion. I start with an enunciation. May this testimony be included in the official record of testimonies, legislative committee sessions, and related policy action protocols on behalf of this bill to honor and commend Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Academy and Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, and founder and artistic director Charlita Schuster. And I share a quote: "Through movement, I found my calling. Through ballet, I found my voice." And that is from Misty Copeman, first African-American female principal dancer in the American Ballet Theater. And again, notice the year, 2015. I open also with a preparation. For more than 40 years, founder and artistic director Charlita Schuster exemplifies and shares her skills, talents, and expertise as a seasoned prima ballerina, master dance educator, professional etiquette consultant, and dance performing production artistic director and producer extraordinaire. The frequency of professional dance and performing arts training, performance, and production opportunities for her students within international and national dance companies has remained consistent throughout the 40-year legacy of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education. As a parent and a family supporter of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, Ms. Schuster has provided dance education for one of our daughters, Anut Mary Davis Kahina Christopher, now Saldana, who, along with two other remarkable students under her intensive training, successfully auditioned for and received professional dance instruction and performance opportunities with the Dance Theater of Harlem in New York City. Essentially, the freedom and access of embracing disciplined dance education for our youth in St. Croix with requisite skills to compete nationally and to expand internationally has been nurtured through the work of Ms. Schuster within Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education. I share yet another quote, and I encourage you to listen to the year. "What does dance give you? The freedom to be who you are and do what you want to do," unquote. And that's from Arthur Mitchell, the founder of Dance Theater of Harlem and the first African-American principal male dancer in New York City Ballet. Notice the year, 1955. As I open this VI Legislative Bill 35-0100, proposing the resolution to honor Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, it represents a very timely recognition and acknowledgement of the commitment to professional dance, choreography, production, and dance education that have been consistently provided with high-quality ballet instruction used by Ms. Schuster, exemplified by her integration of the Vaganova Russian ballet curriculum in her teaching program. Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education continues to use the Vaganova curriculum to ensure the professional preparedness and international level of certified training provided to students of dance here on St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Ms. Schuster continues to provide ballet instruction primarily with other dance forms from complementary seasoned dance professionals within the interdisciplinary and transcultural productions and pageantry, fashion shows, community service, weddings, celebrations of life, educational professional development workshops, festivals, carnivals, concerts, cultural heritage presentations. I could go on, because wherever dance can be integrated, Charlita Schuster is going to make sure it's present in the most professional setting, and always with bedazzle and sparkles and glitter. There are a host of performances and workshops and select media links that are quite extensive, documenting the productions presented under the direction of Ms. Charlita Schuster within the Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education legacy. So I'm going to say that part very slow. The Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education legacy. Not just, 40 years is really powerful, but it's a legacy, an intergenerational legacy, and I think it's really important that we highlight that. So for the purposes of this delivery verbally, inside of the written testimony that has been submitted before this honorable and august body, I've included various links so persons can actually see the digital and digital documentation of performances, of concerts, things that were done at St. Croix Government House, things that were done in various festivals and various carnivals, things that were done in honor of distinguished, outstanding Virgin Islanders, where Music in Motion has always provided stellar production, stellar performance under the direction of Ms. Charlita Schuster. Implementation. Several of the experienced and seasoned dance professionals providing dance education and performing arts production companies in the Virgin Islands have spent most of their respective careers in actual dance production, global tours, direction, teaching, and related performing creative arts industries. During my appointment as the inaugural founding director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center at the University of the Virgin Islands, from 2012 to 2021, and as part of the teaching faculty of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences at the university, I had the privilege to observe as well as to support the contractual consultation services provided by Ms. Charlita Schuster and other experienced dance, performance, and education professionals, specifically here on St. Croix, that were commissioned by the university to facilitate the successful and intensive university protocols for the proposal, design, creation, development, and ultimately the unanimous approval of UVI's inaugural Bachelor's in Fine Arts degree program with a specialization in dance, the first. And she was central and very contributory in that capacity. I wish to note that a majority of the dance education professionals engaged in this higher education BFA in dance degree creation process did not have contemporary graduate degrees, yet possessed the exceptional skills, vision, and performing arts expertise to create an approved and now established university-level degree program. This is something that is worthy of being addressed in the form of comprehensive education policy formations, inclusive of yet not limited to honorary and lifelong learning credentials with commensurate transcripts, inclusive of graduate-level educational courses and credits for these professionals in dance and creative performing arts industries to secure the degrees required for them to teach in the university programs that they are capably commissioned and qualified to create in professional and higher educational environments. I think you can see through my lines, right? I think I've cleared that part. So let's go into what Ms. Schuster's communitarian work, her pragmatic scholarship, her skills, talents, and expertise as a master dance educator, credentialed to teach using the Vaganova curriculum. And I keep coming back to that because sometimes we look at dance education and we do not look at the professionalism that's connected to dance education and dance production and dance direction and dance choreography and dance as an economic driver, an engine that generates resources for communities. So with that being shared, I just wanted to highlight that this whole foundation for the ballet courses for the UVI BFA and dance program, it exemplifies yet another reason this honorific recognition proposed for her, Ms. Charlita Schuster, and the Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education in its 40th anniversary of service and education to St. Croix, Virgin Islands community, is worthy and most deserving of approval by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, especially during this 175th VI Emancipation commemorative year, full of recognitions, acknowledgements, observances, honorable mentions, and cultural heritage celebrations of contributions of excellence throughout the historical legacy of these beloved, free, and blessed Virgin Islands. Ms. Schuster and her work within Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education are evidence of this intensive work and dedication to sustaining a respect for ballet and dance education within Caribbean spaces in St. Croix, the Virgin Islands, Caribbean, and beyond. For more than 2 decades, I've had the honor and privilege to collaboratively work, cooperatively observe, and or support Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education as a dance parent, a community educator, a cultural heritage performing artist, whether it included teaching, choreographing bambula, doing wellness sessions. She's definitely into wellness. We will definitely be into wellness and nutrition if you're around Ms. Charlita Schuster, and discipline. And as a colleague of the arts and culture sector with the nonprofit consortium of the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development and many other engaging ways, Ms. Schuster is to be commended and recognized honorably for being able to maintain and sustain Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education beyond the challenges and obstacles experienced during 40 years of existence, while still remaining operational in 2023, with amazing creative contributions, educational achievements, and professional opportunities for our youth, families, visitors, and supporters of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands that extend for generations upon generations. As I close, it is an honor and a privilege to share this affirmative, positive, and supportive testimony for Ms. Charlita Schuster and Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education for a multiplicity of reasons, as shared herein, and linked to her passionate commitment to the performing and fine arts, educational excellence, and the creative industries that are national, regional, and international. Ms. Schuster's 40-plus year career in dance education and performances through Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education again has created a legacy of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands with ambassadors that serve as a beacon throughout the world. Ms. Schuster's stewardship in the arena of dance education, etiquette training, and creative arts industries remains as a shining example of the services provided by a stellar, outstanding Virgin Islander, and I'll even go further, and a living legend and quote, keeper of the flame, unquote, based on the sacrifices, labor, and dedication she continues to extend within her home community here in St. Croix, with international extensions of her students, inclusive of her own children. I share these words. I never feel a greater happiness or freedom in myself as I feel when I dance. Excellence, discipline, and respect for ballet dance in St. Croix and the Caribbean are an important part of my life work within Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education. And those are the very own words of who I've come to call not only Maestra, but I always refer to her as Honorable Charlita Schuster, founder and artistic director of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, formed in 1982, formally established in 1983. So, honorable senators, thank you for granting time to respectfully compartmentalize 40-plus years of experience, achievements, and worthy recognition into this, what was supposed to be 5 minutes allocated for this testimony. I'm grateful. It is with great pleasure, honor, and respect that I share this supportive testimony for your serious reflections, deliberations, and inclusion. And I look forward to this August body of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, this Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and ultimately the Committee of the Whole to support the successful passage of this bill, number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of Music in Motion Dance Academy, respectfully shared in culture, healing, arts, technology, and spirituality. As I always say, remain inspired. And I am Dr. Chinsera Davies Kahina. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
And inspired we are.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Next, we'll hear from my good friend and schoolmate, Afrilacia Joseph Phipps. It is correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Senator Carla E. Joseph, Bill Sponsor Senator Samuel Carrion, Honorable Senate President Novell Francis, my special friend, Kenneth Gittens, and all other members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and to share my story today. My name is Afrilacia Joseph Phipps. 41 years ago, while a student at the St. Croix School of the Arts, I met Ms. Charlita Schuster, who was employed there as a dance teacher. I was a student on scholarship where I trained in visual and performing arts. My time at St. Croix School of the Arts was short-lived, as was Ms. Schuster's employment, because her superiors instructed her not to correct me, as I was observed to have a natural talent. As a woman with a vision and a belief in her ability to foster excellence in students aspiring to learn dance, Ms. Schuster decided she could not work under the limitations being imposed on her. She decided to move on, determined to create an environment that would enable her to freely teach and nurture the talents of her students. In 1983, Ms. Schuster opened the doors to Music in Motion Dance Academy, now known as Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, and has never looked back. Eager to continue my training under her tutelage, I became the first student enrolled at her academy. Little did I know that this was the beginning of a lifetime of friendship and mentorship. At Music in Motion, I learned all forms of dance genres, but my foundation was classical ballet. Dance training taught me how to be graceful, poised, disciplined, and brought out my natural creativity and ability to perform as a ballet dancer. Most importantly, it helped me build lots and lots of courage and confidence. In short, my years at Music in Motion helped me to become the woman I am today. These skill sets positioned me to earn a reputation as one of the best dancers in the history of these Virgin Islands. Schuster's nurturing support empowered me and helped me succeed in other areas of my professional life, as it no doubt has done for others. I owe all this and more to her for the time, patience, and guidance that she bestowed upon me. My dance training under Ms. Schuster gave me the self-confidence that I needed to perform amongst the best professionals in the dance world. It also gave me the opportunity to travel beyond St. Croix for advanced training with Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater and Ballet Florida. In addition, Ms. Schuster coached and choreographed all dance routines that led me to capture several titles, among which include Miss Arthur A. Richards Junior High School, Miss Virgin Islands High School, and the creme de la creme of teen pageants, Hall Jackson's Virgin Islands Talented Teen Contest, and the first runner-up for the Hall Jackson's International Talented Teen. As a young adult, I also competed and placed first runner-up in the Miss Caribbean Queen contest in Martinique, French West Indies. Over a span of 40 years, I've watched many students enrolled at Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education become actors, dance teachers, professional dancers, gymnasts, and other highly qualified experts in their respective careers. Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education has been my personal preference and has also helped me to develop my daughter Alea's character and confidence as a performer. Today, I continue to seek out Ms. Schuster's advice, ideas, and expertise as it relates to dance and the performing arts. She is a phenomenal teacher, director, and producer of dance productions performed throughout the island of St. Croix, usually to standing room only audiences. Ms. Shalita Schuster has demonstrated a true commitment to her students and our Virgin Islands community. Her passion for dance and her devotion to the performing arts is exemplary as she continues to cultivate the talent of many young aspirants in our community. Ms. Schuster and Music in Motion has been a blessing to me, and I am forever thankful for all the life lessons that were instilled in me. In conclusion, I recommend the passing of Bill number 350100, honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Dance Education and its founder, Shalita Schuster, on the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy. I also urge all parents in our Virgin Islands community to invest in their child's future through the arts. It lends to a well-rounded individual. Thank you for your time and attention to my story.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Hopefully my colleagues heard all those crowns you picked up. Next up, we'll hear from Ms. Emanuela Perez Cassius.
Yes, absolutely.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Carla Joseph and esteemed members of the Committee on Government Operations.
I'm sitting in a chair now.
Oh.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenny Gittins. On Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to testify today in support of Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Shalita Schuster, on their 40th anniversary of dance instruction, performance, and nonprofit service to art education. My name is Emanuela Perez Cassius, and I am a fellow youth developer, a board member of the Music in Motion School of Higher Dance, and most importantly, a proud dance mom. Today, I want to share the immense impact that dance education, mainly through Music in Motion School of Higher Dance, has had on our community and my aspiring professional dancer. As a mother, I am grateful for the opportunity the school has provided for my youngest daughter, Marley Cassius, to develop her natural love for the art of dance. Marley started dancing with Music in Motion School of Higher Dance in 2016 when I returned to St. Croix. Over the past 8 years, Ms. Schuster has consistently provided dance skill development, instilled discipline, and cultivated a professional approach to training in Marley. Additionally, she has given Marley the confidence to embrace challenges, learn from failures, and persevere through difficulties. Music in Motion School of Higher Dance, like many organizations and businesses in the Virgin Islands, has faced numerous challenges over the 40-year history, including funding shortages and surviving multiple hurricanes. However, Shalita's dedication to teaching dance has remained unwavering. Regardless of circumstances, she has found ways to continue providing dance class in studios, schools, living rooms, and online. This commitment to the art and her student is truly commendable. My support for Ms. Schuster and Music in Motion School of Higher Dance grew significantly in 2018 when I joined the St. Croix Foundation nonprofit consortium. I witnessed firsthand the positive impact Music in Motion School of Higher Dance has on the St. Croix education art. During that time, I learned from Shalita her original vision in establishing a Music in Motion dance school 40 years ago was to introduce the professional art of ballet to the Virgin Islands, something that she loved, something that impacted her young life. Despite the challenges faced, she consistently delivered high-quality dance education, nurtured artistic talents, and contributed to the cultural vibrancy of St. Croix. In my professional experience, I understand the paramount importance of providing young people with a safe and nurturing space for learning and development. I know the transformative power that consistent engagement can have on the lives of children. It goes beyond the excellence in the dance skills. It encompasses the genuine relationship that fosters students' overall goals. Shalita Schuster's remarkable 40-year commitment to providing healthy youth development to the children of the Virgin Islands is a true gift to her home. Through movement, she created an environment where young individuals can develop their artistic talents and build character, discipline, and resilience. This comprehensive approach to education and mentorship has a profound and lasting impact on the lives of these children. Exposing Virgin Islands children to diverse artistic expression, Charlita broadens their horizons and opens new doors to new possibilities. This exposure to creativity fosters self-expression and instills in them a love for the arts that will last a lifetime. These relationships extend beyond the studio and often become lifelong connections, forming stronger ties to a community that has supported them and uplifted them. As I testify today, I speak not only as a witness to the incredible impact Charlita and Music in Motion has had on our community, but also as someone who understands the profound significance of youth development. Through her unwavering commitment to children of the Virgin Islands, Charlita has created a legacy of empowerment, artistic expression, and personal growth. Her dedication deserves the highest recognition, and the resolution before you is a fitting tribute to her exceptional contributions. Thank you for your attention and consideration in my testimony. I implore the committee to support the resolution honoring Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and Charlita Schuster. By doing so, we affirm the importance of youth development and the transformative power of the arts in shaping lives of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Perez Cassius.
Yeah.
I must say, I tip my hat off to the bill sponsor on this one, because he brought out the pot today. Three powerful, outspoken, talented women that just spoke.
I am the sharp and I am
That's the pot that I'm talking about. Powerful, outspoken, and talented. Well done. And next up, we have with us, I'm going to use your government name, okay? Mr. Jelani Ritter. You're recognized for your comments. You don't have a written testimony, correct?
I do not.
Okay.
Protocol having been established, members of the 35th Legislature, I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of a remarkable human being. Virgin Islands history is replete with enduring examples of change makers and innovators who have shaped our artistic identity, but few can hold a candle to the lady that sits before you for this befitting recognition. She's one of the only people that could get me to come before the legislature and speak without having something prepared, but I don't need to have anything prepared to speak on behalf of Charlita. 20 years ago, I left this territory to pursue a higher education. And when I got to the States, I was confused, I was lost, I didn't know what to expect, coming from an 80-something square mile island. And constantly, I would call Charlita for advice and how to navigate the States, the universities, and things of that nature. And never once did she turn her back on me when I would call. I had my first job at Music in Motion when I was 16 years old and still attending the St. Croix Educational Complex. Charlita saw something in me that I didn't see myself. I would write, and she would lay things in front of me, and I would write and verbalize it. And she was like, you know, you have a gift. And I was like, me? A gift? Nobody had ever told me that before, that I had a gift. But she recognized it and encouraged me to nurture it and develop it. And that is something that she does and continues to do over the last 40 years. I can go on and on as to how Charlita has shaped this territory, the lives that she's touched, and the individuals that she's motivated, including myself, to be our very best. So as far as the 35th Legislature, I would encourage you all to move effectively, to move this legislation forward, to recognize Ms. Schuster for all that she has done and continue to do for the Virgin Islands community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. So As per facts, she did not teach you to dance,
No.
but rather,
That further, no, we can leave that right there, Senator Gittens.
Thank
No,
you.
she did not teach me to that. Among other things, not that.
thank you. Mrs. Schuster, the honoree will allow you to put some comments on before we open up the floor for our discussion. You're recognized.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Gittens and Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Legislature Secretary and Committee Chairman. Right now, I'm just so overwhelmed with all the things that everybody said about me and the work that I've done with Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education. I'm a little teary-eyed right now because it is such a wonderful feeling to know that I have touched so many lives and the community and how the community actually feels about the work I've done. The 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Capitol Building, P.O. Box, am I supposed to say that? I can just jump around, right? Thank you. Testimony reflections and supporters of Music in Motion here at the 35th Virgin Islands Legislature Bill number 350100. I'm going to move on. Distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, it gives me great honor to be here to represent the Ruby Jubilee of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education. I remember the time when I sat in front of the Virgin Islands Legislature in a challenging time almost 30 years ago during a proposal budget funding request hearing when Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, now Dance Academy, now Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, was not recognized at the time. Now, in July 2023, things are quite different. As I come here before you, being honored and commended at this highest level of providing 40 years of professional dance development and high-quality dance education to St. Croix and the Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the invited testifiers who accepted this opportunity to share their life stories and experiences with Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, with honorable representation of the 35th Legislature. This is a historical honor for each of us to hear these testimonies of how Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education has touched their lives, that each of their families. I thank each and every one of you. I am very proud to say that this is the most appreciated time and appropriate time to share with the world that Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education has trained and had several outstanding and high-achieved members of the Virgin Islands community come through its doors, studios, and stages. Some outstanding and high-achieved members of the Virgin Island community includes yet are not and not exactly here, but one of the most beautiful members that I had was Ricardo Charles, our first professional gymnast. Music and Motion Dance Academy student to become a professional gymnast and entertainer and school owner. Alphalasia Joseph Phipps, first Music and Motion Dance Academy student, a licensed social work professional. Angeline Muckle, first student to compete in a beauty pageant and train and winner. Competitor and the Virgin Islands delegate to, and the Virgin Islands delegate to Congress Chief of Staff. Janisha Withy, Assistant Director, Dancer Choreographer of Music and Motion School of Higher Dance Education, my beloved daughter. Honorable Nellie, we called her Nellie Rivera O'Reilly, former Virgin Islands Senator, Honorable Judge Emil Henderson, the third, Attorney, Magistrate, Judge. Janisa John, world-renowned model and media personality. Jelani Ritter, certified project manager and media professional. Amal Bryson, marine biologist and professional dancer choreographer. Janamine Queely, supermodel. Shamari Simmons, professional dancer choreographer. Aunt Marie Karhina Christopher. How do you pronounce her last name? Sandanya, okay. She's a professional entrepreneur. And this is one of the most brightest things I found out just yesterday. Lieutenant Colonel Nicole Payne. She was Miss St. Croix 1997-98. And I think that's, I pretty much got that together right. Dance has helped to build up cultures and the Virgin Islands to be recognized through dance, music, art, and more. Dance has kept our culture alive. The training and education and students get in Music and Motion School of Higher Dance Education will continue to make our culture be respected, recognized, and known throughout the world. Within our 40 years of history, Music and Motion School of Higher Dance Education has proven it has changed lives and families throughout the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for this honor and commendation.
Thank you so much. You have really set the stage for our Virgin Islanders. You've not only put them on the stage, but you've sent them off to college, you've sent them off to the military, and you've sent them off to the nation's capital.
Yes.
Thank you for your service. So we'll open the floor now to 3 minutes, and we'll start with the Honorable Senate President, Novalee Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Happy 40th anniversary, Shalita Schuster.
Thank you very much.
You don't look a day older than 40 years ago, when you used to be running around Sunny Isles in the Lion's Den. Wow, time has flown. I want to thank the dance moms, Dr. Davis Kahina, Ms. Joseph Phipps, Ms. Perez Cassius, and of course, Mr. Jelani Ritter for the testimony they have put on record. They have done you well. They provided some dynamic testimony and certainly set the standard by which this resolution would be recognized today. I also want to take this opportunity to truly commend the bill's sponsor, Senator Carrion, for moving this measure forward. I am living proof that, in fact, watching the Dance Academy over the years has really changed lives. You have saved a lot of young women and some boys as well in this community. You see, in my former role as a police officer, as a juvenile officer, I came in contact with a lot of minors, a lot of times, that was having issues, disciplinary problems. Some were cutters. Some were stressed and frustrated and acting out. And because of dance schools like yours, you were able to change those individual lives. So you have always had the destined dancers to come before you. You also were able to change the life of those troubled individuals and brought them in the straight and narrow path. So you are to be commended for that. You provided hope when there was a lot of darkness in their lives. You would not believe, sitting here today while we honor and commend you, that the amount of young ladies' lives that you have changed. I know, because they came through a revolving door process at the Youth Investigation Bureau and the Virgin Islands Police Department. So on the behalf of those, I certainly want to say thank you, and I'm happy to be in this position to at least be able to commend you for your 4 decades, 40 years of service to this community. That is commendable. A lot of individuals start things, but they don't finish it. For 40 years, you have put in the hard work. Because it wasn't always easy. When you tell them to go left, they're going right. Right?
You're right.
When you tell them to jump, they're barely able to move. But you are able to save them and now reap the benefit that other individuals have gone on. And you hear of all of the accolades and the pageantry and the success stories and all kind of things that have derived from your hard work. Dance helps people to reduce stress, increase feel-good hormones, increase muscular strength, endure and motor fitness. We all should be dancing a lot more, all right? So as my time had been called again, I want to thank you. Certainly I have twin nieces, Kayla and Kezia, that went into the Dance Academy as well and have done exceptionally well under your tutelage. Thank you very much on behalf of a grateful community for all the work that you have done. In section 2 of this, I've been given some specific orders that as Senate President of the legislature or the President designee shall have a perma-plaque copy of this resolution prepared and presented to Charlita Schuster, the founder of the Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education, at the appropriate ceremony and time. I can't wait to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think we have enough thanks to go around today at all. Next up, we'll hear from Senator Milton Potter on St. Thomas. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. Without question, I am very much supportive of Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Ms. Charlita Schuster. When you talk about longevity, not a whole lot of people in our community can say that they were a part of an organization or business that has survived the test of time for over 40 years. Things like that don't happen by accident. It speaks to the fortitude, the know-how, the diligence of the persons involved in the day-to-day running of an operation like that. I mean, the work that you do is significant. It is appreciated. I wanted to ask Ms. Schuster, or whoever the appropriate person there among the testifiers would be, why is it, or can you give me 2 reasons why dance education is important?
First of all, it gives a student confidence, self-confidence. And I come across many, many children that don't have any confidence within inside themselves. They're afraid to speak up or ask a question or even know how to take orders, because they just don't have the confidence within themselves that they can do something successfully. And what dance does is give them the confidence to take that step forward or learn a new movement, and don't worry about failure. You can fall and get back up and try again. So, and you won't get in trouble for it. So a lot of times they show a lot of hesitation in moving forward or trying to ask a question. They're afraid to ask a question because they're afraid to get yelled at or whatever. But in dance class, you're allowed to ask as many questions as you want. You just raise your hand and say, you know, what do we go to the left, or is it 2 steps over? And you say, oh no, it's not that, it's 3, you know, or it's a count of 8. Or you give them a confidence so that they can speak out and speak up. Also, they not only develop that, they develop learning how to work in groups in a friendly manner. So if you bump into somebody, you don't get angry. It's part of the dance world. You know, you're going to bump into them. You're going to kick them by accident. You may push them down by accident, but you don't have to get angry. So it helps them to understand where anger actually comes from and how to not be so immediately judgmental to just get into an argument or a fight. So it makes them think better that, oh, that's okay, you know, and to have that kind of mindset of clarity of how to work together in your community, how to work with people, follow directions, have self-confidence, and to look at somebody in their eye to be able to talk up and not talk rudely. Yes. So it gives them a lot of mannerism.
Awesome. I mean, is there an age restriction? I know just hearing the power of dance, I'm thinking that we could probably benefit colleagues from instruction, maybe an hour lesson. Yes. It might be something that is powerful and therapeutic. What do you think? But thank you. I really appreciate you. It is my honor to be a part of this opportunity to honor and commend you and the organization for the very powerful and potent work that you've done here in this community through the venue of dance. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. I'll now recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. As I sat here and really listened to everyone speaking, I was so impressed by all of the different lives and people from so many different walks of life that came here today to celebrate Ms. Schuster. And it seems like she has instilled quite a bit in these individuals over the years. And, you know, when you have people like that so dedicated to our people in our community, we definitely have to take the time out to celebrate them. So congratulations on your 40 years. And, you know, I hope that you are around and really assist and continue to assist with the community, because you have definitely had an impact. Now, some of the questions I want to ask, first, Ms. Joseph Phipps, when I heard your testimony, you know, I stopped and I paused for a moment because you talked about a specific point about how Ms. Schuster was correcting you at the school that you were at. And the individual said, no, don't do that. She has a natural talent. And this is one of the things that inspired her to really move on and start her own school. But the thing with you and your testimony that I would like to expound on is I saw a lot of courage in that, not only from Ms. Schuster, but even from a student standpoint to say, you know what? Because most students, somebody correcting me and another adult steps in and says, don't do that. Why would you follow the one that's correcting you? A lot of children might not have even looked at it. What inspired you to really go and want to be Ms. Schuster's very first student?
When I was at the St. Croix School of the Arts, I trained in visual and performing arts, and ballet was my passion. And that came about through Charlita's teaching. I was exposed to all forms of dance, but ballet was just the thing that I wanted to do. And she was, in fact, that classical ballet dancer here on the island. And so I was determined to follow suit.
Good, good. I'm so happy to hear that. Mr. Jelani Ritter, you spoke with enthusiasm at the comfort that you got from Ms. Schuster being a young Virgin Islander relocating to the States and never ever feeling like you were shut out whenever you needed her, and her recognizing your talents. How do you think that Ms. Schuster has the ability to really not only pinpoint people's talents, but even try to bring it out in them even more?
Well, first of all, Shalita is a parent, and I think parents sometimes make the best teachers because they can relate.
Time.
And that's something that she always done. She would always have the ability to relate. I could always relate to her, no matter the situation or the subject matter. I can call her and get some advice on whatever the case may be. So I think the nurturing part of her as a teacher came from, first of all, being a parent, and that's something that money can't buy.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I know my time has been called, and as I wrap up, I just want to say congratulations again, Ms. Schuster, and for all the dance moms and everyone that came to testify to really share with us the impact this woman has had on your lives. I want to thank you and thank her for what she's done for everyone there as well as the community. I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Frances Heiliger. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Kindly recognize Senator Gittens' mic. Media.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all again. Ms. Schuster, again, there's not enough thank you for you today and others like you in this community. And I just saw some other elders walk into the room, and I'm bursting right about now, because they're bringing my mom back to me right now. Mr. Ritter just said something, and he spoke about you being a parent. In our community today, we are so desensitized, and one of the things that we are lacking as a people is love and that parenthood that he spoke of. And again, I thank you for that as well, because as I said earlier, it takes a village to raise a child. And you have helped raise a lot of us. And I say a lot of us, and I hope people don't take it that I was in your dance class, because I can't dance a lick. But see my schoolmate right next to you. When I got up to go to the little boy's room just now, I went into the studio room back there. You know what we're looking for back there? A rubber band. A rubber band to show you or to remind people or to remind Afrilatia what a rubber band she was. When I saw her walked in, I remember that show at Island Center. When you put her up, I don't even know what you call it, but wherever it was up in the ceiling, and she came down, head first, and her legs up in the air and spinning. Listen, church out, she had to win the show. She didn't win the show. Something was wrong. But the magical things that I have seen you done with our young people, it's truly, truly amazing. And again, you have that nurture in you, I believe, because first, you are a parent. And you are a mother figure to every child that came in contact with you, whether they were born to you or sent to you. Again, today, I beg our young people to get involved in their children's lives. These programs are still around. Let them know that your program is still around. But today, what I dislike is when we go to the ballpark, all we see is the children on the field, and all they do is they drop them off like this is some drop-off daycare center. Parental involvement is key. And if we want to take back the streets when it comes to crime, we need to take back our homes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, those of you listening, we still have these programs out here. You've heard testimony today. And again, for the lack of a better word, the vibes in the room just really, really took me a few minutes ago. I apologize. I mean, I'm grown, but I'm not afraid to shed a tear when I must. But, I mean, I'm telling you, when I see people like Ms. Bodell, Ms. Rainey, and whatnot in the back there sitting down, I'm telling you, Doris came to mind. And even when, and I'll close here, even when, in everything I don't agree with as per facts. And even when he started me, I just said, Doris gonna take care of you. Because he liked to come the other angle and say, although his mom is my sister's godmother, I'm gonna still talk about him. But it's all good. Thank you so much for all that you have done for the children of our Virgin Islands, not just those on St. Croix. Thank you. Today, Madam Chair, I think we hit in all home runs with the honorees that we've seen before us. But this one is special too because all those who are physically here to get your flowers, I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Gittins. In this committee, we typically hit them out in the park in one shot. I would like to, at this time, recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 3 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. And I am fully in support of Music in Motion's Dance Academy, Bill number 35-0100. And special welcome to the testifiers. I've listened attentively to all of you, Ms. Joseph Phipps, Mr. Ritter, Ms. Perez Cassius, Davis Karina, and of course the honoree Ms. Schuster. Well, sir, classical ballet, I gonna tell you something, I dance wasn't my best fit, right? But I'm so glad I speaking after the majority leader because he say he can dance a lick. So if I would get maybe a 20, that's a F, right? I think he probably might get about a 10 or a 5. That's a F minus. So I ain't that bad. Miss Schuster, since 1983, 40 years, and still going strong. That's commendable. That's a true commitment to the Virgin Islands community. And, your passion for dance and your devotion to the performing arts is outstanding and noteworthy. I wanted to ask real quickly, what can the Virgin Islands do to foster and support the dance and performing arts? And also to briefly discuss the enrollment trends in your industry. Is it trending up? Is it, staying even, or is it trending down? And thank you very much.
I'm so glad you asked that question because it's the next step of Music in Motion. Right now, we do have our studio, but we're renting. What we have to do next is to make a monument, a Music in Motion monument where we have our own building. And this way, the school will continue to go on. But this building would not only have the dance studio, it would also have a theater connected to it, performing arts theater, as well as a museum of the archives that Music in Motion has. And that's the next step, because this way, people from around the world will be able to come and visit and see the museum, take classes, be a part of it, as well as tourism involved. So there's just a whole lot. And then you also have a theater that would be open all during the day, where you have schools coming in and seeing performing arts all during the day, so they can have class trips, workshops, all types of things like that. This is how you make it enrich, where every student around the island can participate in the performing arts without any sense of having money. This school would be, this way, funding and grants will be able to support it and be able to have every child, regardless of what age or where they live or what families they come from, be able to be a part of the performing arts without any worry whatsoever. On this Friday, we have a performance going on at the St. Croix Educational Complex, and it was a free dance 6-week program. This Friday is their first performance, and these are children that never danced before. Within 6 weeks' time, they're going on the stage. So this is what it does, and this is what we have to continue to do, and that will be the next step in making it more richer.
Yes, thank you. So, the challenge is out there. Your Gittins could pair up with your classmate, Miss Joseph Phipps. You pair me up with Miss Perez Cafchos. You give me 2 dance, and I gonna win he. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and blessings.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Really appreciate your pairing people up here. Madam,
It's an event.
Madam Timekeeper, kindly place 3 minutes on the clock for me today. Well, I haven't been meeting my time. I've been talking overtime. I really want to, first off, commend the sponsor of this legislation, Senator Samuel Carrion. He's a lover of art. Sometimes we sit on a different side of the aisle, but he would tell you that we do come together. So I guess if we're having a pair off, he would be my dance partner. And we would definitely win, hands down. And so, because I really love to dance, I'm a humanities major. And when you're a humanities major, you look for everything that connects to the human beings, whether it's through the visual, through the audio, through the arts, to inspire and provide opportunities to motivate human beings. So definitely I want to commend you for that. I wanted to ask just one question because I see it's a generational endeavor and undertaking that you have undergone and taken up that mantle. I want to know what drives you. What drives you every day, Ms. Schuster, to get up and continue to push forward, to refine, to showcase the art of dance and education through the art of dance?
Well, I just wanted to mention, I'm so glad you asked that question too. I mean, these questions are so important. What drives me is the fact that I'll take you back when I was very, very young. I wasn't very, I guess you would say, smart in school. I was one of those type of children that struggled. And my parents, they knew I was struggling. I was struggling in reading, I was struggling in spelling, and it was hard for me. So my parents put me in dance class at the age of 5, and that's where I was told I was gifted at a very young age, even though I was struggling in school. But what happened was they believed in the art, and they said, this may be her bread and butter. And it so happened to be. And many schools, many teachers were trying to pull me away from it and told my parents, take her away from that. You know, she needs to work on this and work on that. And they said, no, this may be it. Because I grasped it so easily. The art was easy for me. So they kept me going. And by them keeping me going into the studio and keep paying for the lessons and doing what they had to do, I only became better and better and better at it. Then I started learning how to read because my parents started buying books of dance. And every time I would look at the pictures, I would read more because I was reading what I love to do. And the thing about with the arts is that if you introduce the student, even a child that's struggling in school, what they love and bring books to them in that way, than to say, read, 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 you know, try to get the words, it's a struggle, but then to see the pictures and the words, and you can match it together, that's how you can start developing their education. So that's how I became who I am today because of that, and that brought the drive and the love of the dance continued.
Thank you so much, and I definitely can appreciate that. Once upon a time, under a different hat, I managed a program from at-risk young people, and we had to use very innovative ways to reach them. I remember vividly one young man, he couldn't write an essay. He couldn't get his essay out to get his high school diploma, but he loved music. Mm-hmm. He loved the music. And that's how we got him to write his essay. And he got an A. And he just knocked it out of the park. So you have, as a teacher and as a parent, you have to use innovative ways to really reach our young people, to help educate them. My time has been called. Thank you so much for your remarks. Senator Kenneth Gittins, Majority Leader, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry / point of information. Through the chair to Ms. Shalita Schuster. Can you set up this dance challenge? I'm gonna challenge my colleague on St. Thomas because I know I don't have 2 left foot. And see, Miss Bodell already telling me she's gonna help too. So I'm asking you to set this up, all right? To the chair.
You asked me that question?
Yeah. Can you set this up?
Definitely. We're going to have Dancing with the Stars.
Good. So we need one of those on St. Croix too. Yes. The Senate President has been talking about doing a legislature choir for the longest while, but like he also said, ain't too much people to start things and finish it. So let's finish this one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I am matched with Senator. I'm matched with Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, kindly, you are recognized for your closing, since
Thank
you're the
you.
sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the testifiers for coming here this afternoon and sharing their story, their experience, because that says a lot. It speaks volume of who Ms. Schuster is, speaks volume of what her dancing school has created, and it speaks volume of her length and extension within the community and the lives that she have touched. Not only touched, but changed and transformed. So we want to thank you, Ms. Schuster, for all your years of service, giving to this community. And the arts play an intricate role in the development of our children, and the development of all of us. And I think it's time to start bringing the arts to the forefront within our community. And our office, my office, will continue to do that, to focus on that and ensure that within our territory, the arts have its rightful place, because it's important. It speaks volume of any country, any nation, when we recognize our culture, history, and our arts. Very important part. So I want to thank my colleagues also for their words their words to Ms. Schuster today, and also their support. And those that have not, I think everybody has said that they were going to support, so I want to encourage you to support this measure. And let's recognize a woman who has dedicated her life to the children, to the youth, and to the arts in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Do I hear a motion? Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy, be voted upon favorably and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 34-0100 has been favorably moved by Senator Samuel Carrion and seconded by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Roll call, and Senator Ray Fonseca also seconded the motion. Roll call on Bill number 35-0100.
Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca?
That's a yes.
Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger? Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins? Yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph? Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter? Yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Carlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I would like to really convey the committee's deepest thanks to all of the testifiers who appeared present today and offer you an opportunity to present a 30-second wrap-up. We will begin with you, Dr. Davis Kahina. Oh. Kindly, media, recognize Dr. Davis Kahina's mic. Try once again, Dr. D. You're live.
First and foremost, I just want to highlight how important it is to see the arts as part of an economic driver in cultural heritage legacy in the Virgin Islands. And to be able to be present and to offer a testimony that I could have easily done without reading, but I wanted to make sure that I did not make it a lecture around the work of Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education. I'm very grateful to be able to provide this type of support for a powerful educator. One that, if you remember what I said, some people get the traditional contemporary degrees, and some should have them based on their skills, talents, and expertise that they've given to the Virgin Islands. So I really encourage that at some point, in addition to these types of honorific resolutions, that we begin to look at what our own institutions of higher education, if you can create the degree program, you should be able to teach in that degree program. I'll leave it there, and congratulations to Sister Queen, Charlita Schuster.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Joseph Phipps, you are recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am elated and honored to be a part of the Music in Motion family for 40 years. Over 40 years of a relationship with Charlita, but 40 years with the Music in Motion Dance Academy. Someone mentioned earlier, you fall and you get up again. I have a quick story that I was reminded of today as I testified. I was preparing for Hal Jackson's Talented Teen. Yes, I was on a trapeze. My rehearsals occurred on concrete. I got on that trapeze. My last act was to fall backwards, as Senator Gittens mentioned, and I fell on my head on concrete. That's because I wasn't paying attention to how to lock my feet on that trapeze. I never repeated that again. It is because of Charlita's commitment to me, her determination to have me be that queen, Hal Jackson's Talented Teen, that I continued to pursue, because my mother was like, she's not doing that again. But I prevailed because I was focused and determined. I want to pledge to all, or I want to implore all parents in this community who are financially privileged, sponsor a child in the arts. It doesn't have to be Music in Motion, but it, as I said earlier, it lends to a well-rounded individual, and I am testimony. Thank you, Charlita.
And thank you so much, Ms. Joseph Phipps, for those riveting closing remarks. Mrs. Perez Cassius, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you. I want to begin by first thanking the bill sponsor, Samuel Carrion, and leading this charge. This is the first step in a long way that we have to developing the arts in the Virgin Islands and making it a systematical way to help develop our youth. You asked a question earlier, somebody said, how do we continue to build on this? What does the numbers look like? What does the rate look like? Well, the rate looks like the same amount of money that's being put behind of it. So if you expect a high report out of our students participating in the arts, let's back this with more initiatives. Let's secure buildings and spaces. We learned about our arts high school, and in my mind, I was like, wait, when did that happen? Because that didn't happen in my lifetime. So let's continue to put the money behind of it, and the trend will follow. Thank you so much, everyone.
And thank you so much, Mrs. Perez Cassius. Mr. Jelani Ritter, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
I echo the sentiments of my fellow testifier, Ms. Cassius Perez, in thanking Senator Carrion for this initiative. But most importantly, to the lady of the hour, my friend, my mentor, and a true teacher indeed. A wise person once said that your life is a gift from God, and what you do with it is your gift to Him. And I want to publicly thank you for sharing your gifts with me, and by extension, all the children in the Virgin Islands whose lives you've touched. Continue to be an inspiration. And again, thank you to the members of the 35th for this awesome opportunity.
And thank you kindly, Mr. Ritter. I would like to thank again all the testifiers who came to testify on this bill. This time, you are released from your appearance before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. We're going to take a 2 minutes recess as we come into our final block. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the agenda, into the record rather, the last item on today's agenda.
Block 4, the committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0101, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Branko Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance use issues, and for his music. This bill is sponsored by Senator Franklin Johnson and co-sponsored by Senator Carla J. Joseph. The invited testifiers are Mr. Kai A. Hendricks, Ms. Bardell Simmons, the Honorable Donna Christensen, MD, former delegate to Congress, and Dr. Stanley Jacobs. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. It's more than an honor. It's just so much words I can't say to being able to craft this piece of legislation to honor a real good man. A man who have served this community tireless, many times free of charge. I had the honor of meeting Dr. Hendricks in 1983 when I just applied to become a correction officer. And I had to get my evaluation. They never tell me how good I do, you know. But that was my first meeting with him. But it was a meeting that he knew me, but I didn't know him. It was a meeting that went well. I did my 20 years and was working in the Bureau and many times working with Dr. Hendricks. And we had a trip to go pick up a gentleman one time. And Dr. Hendricks had to travel along because the person had some issues and he went for a psychiatric evaluation. And we got into a Raleigh, North Carolina, Buckner, North Carolina. And we went into the facility to pick up this guy, and Doc had already made all the arrangements up front to make sure this guy is prepped and ready for us. So when we're coming out, we have to give our ID, show our ID credential, and the prisoner have to give his number. Well, the man couldn't give his number, and we couldn't move. We were stuck in the prison, and we got to get to the airport to get the flight. Doc said, call the doctor on his side there. Said, call the doctor, call the doc. The doc took care of this guy for us to make sure that he's smooth and calm. And the doctor came up and he said, yes, he's nice, and he might not be able to even remember his number. We had not a problem with that individual. We traveled back home, but Doc actually was my officer more than my officer that was with me. Because when I had to go and do all the documents, fill out the papers to get clear with my weapons and everything, the officer didn't even want to touch the guy. And Doc said, I got him, Frankie. I said, thank you so much. And we traveled back safely. But I remember in that hotel room sitting with Doc, we had some real wonderful conversation. That was the time that I really, really get to know the man he is, how much he cares about this territory, how much he cares about his people. And we were sitting there, we talked so much that day, we talked about the birds and the bees and everything. And we happened to be talking about these beautiful birds that are being in that neck of the woods. And would you believe it? A St. Louis cardinal came right to the window and stood there, a red bird. And me and Doc look at the bird and look at each other. This bird must be here we talking about. He showed up right in that windowsill, and that was the first and the only time I ever saw a St. Louis cardinal. It was when I was there with Doc. But I remember many more stories that he told me. He lived all the way in Christiansted, and my parents was from Fredericksted, and my grandparents. And he used to go all the way down Fredericksted for Martina Johnson Haas to go riding. And I said, but Doc, you come all the way down in Fredericksted? He said, my son, I know pay had a Haas So I wanted to ride a horse, and I would travel all the way down there. He said, but we will carry it back. So your grandmother would always get back a horse. But that, it really was an honor for me to, when I start thinking about who do I honor this year, because I try to at least recognize 2 Virgin Islanders, and I try very hard to do it whilst the person is sitting right in front of me. And your name came up very fast and early in my name. So, you know, it really was the relationship that we gathered working to that prison. You know, I will never forget it. You really level with me. And when I had a little issue, not a mental one, a physical one, I had a severe pinched nerve. This one of the first person that called me, and he said, I want to know how you're doing. I said, Mr. Doc, I'm doing good. He said, but you can't play no more sports. I want to know how you're doing. I said, Doc, let me tell you something. You got a million man in wheelchair going to take this stiff neck and me give them this neck to go in a chair. He said, you good, you don't need to sit up, buddy. So that, you know, I felt so good when he said that, because sometimes you go through tough times in life and some people don't cope well. They fall off the ladder. And Doc called me one time because I was a very athletic person, and he called me to make sure that I still was sound and being able to accept the things I couldn't do anymore, but still live a very comfortable life. So I do say thank you, and sincerely thank you for all you have done for the people of this territory. And this is something that you earn, you deserve, and it's a pleasure for me to do this today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. We have 3 testifiers, including the honoree, in front of us. We will first begin by asking you, the testifiers, to be so kind to place your name on the record, and at the same time, you're doing a mic check. So we will start at my left, your right.
I'm Kai Hendricks. I'm the son of Dr. Hendricks.
Welcome and a pleasant good afternoon.
My name is Bodil Winona Mason Simmons.
Welcome.
That's the government name.
Welcome, Ms. Mason Simmons. And last but not least,
good afternoon, everyone. Donna Christensen, classmate and colleague.
And thank you, and good afternoon and welcome. We will begin by asking Mr. Kai Hendricks to begin by reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Honorable Chairwoman Carla A. Joseph, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and other esteemed members of this 35th legislature. Today I stand before you not only as a devoted citizen of our magnificent Virgin Islands, but also as a proud son of a man whose contributions have profoundly shaped countless lives. I am here to support Bill number 35-0101, a resolution aimed at honoring my father, Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks, for his enduring and transformative contributions. Dr. Hendricks' service to the medical community, particularly within psychiatry, has been nothing short of extraordinary. Across hospitals, prisons, and private practices, he has reached out to those on the margins, offering assistance and compassion to individuals grappling with behavioral health and substance abuse issues. His dedication is built upon a foundation of unshakable humility, a characteristic that has remained steadfast regardless of his surroundings or accolades. Yet his sphere of influence extends beyond psychiatry. A gifted saxophonist with the 10 Sleepless Nights, my father uses music to touch hearts and uplift spirits. His harmonious melodies serve as a cultural adhesive, uniting our diverse community and promoting healing. In addition, his unwavering commitment to his brothers at our local lodge, Paradise number 170, is remarkable. His active participation and thoughtful discourse underscore his profound belief in fraternity, benevolence, and mutual respect. As his son, I find his humility and leadership within this organization genuinely inspirational, and I strive to emulate these qualities in my own life. As many of you may know, my father's passion for the ocean and horses is a defining facet of his life, a passion that has deeply influenced my own worldview. His reputation within the horse racing community is highly regarded, and his love of nature is a humbling lesson in coexistence. Additionally, his critical thinking abilities, a gift I am fortunate to have inherited, have been an invaluable compass in navigating life's challenges. If my credentials as a character witness for my father are in question, let me assure you that having known him for 50 years, I feel eminently qualified to speak on his behalf. And if the fact that he's my confident and best friend disqualifies me in any way from this role, then I confess guilty as charged with no reservations. In earnest, I implore this esteemed body to support Bill number 350101. This resolution is more than just an official recognition. It represents an acknowledgement of a life devoted to service, humility, and the betterment of others that my father personifies. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to you all for considering this resolution. To honor Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks is to pay tribute to the transformative power of humility, empathy, and service. His life's work and his values are synonymous with the spirit of the Virgin Islands, and I wholeheartedly invite you all to join me in celebrating this extraordinary individual. Thank you, Kai Hendricks.
And thank you also, Mr. Hendricks, for those succinct but very precise and on-point remarks on behalf of your father and also relative to the bill that we are considering. Mrs. May Simmons?
Yes.
Mason Simmons?
Yes, ma'am.
You are recognized to read your testimony into the record.
A blessed good afternoon. Good afternoon and greetings to the chairperson, the Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, to the honorable members of the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and to all senators present. A special thank you to the Honorable Senator Franklin Johnson for sponsoring the resolution to honor Dr. Olaf Hendricks for his community accomplishments and for his professional achievements. The members of the St. Mary's Catholic High School class of 1962 is honored and extremely pleased to say a few words in support of our esteemed classmate, Dr. Olaf Hendricks Bronco, as he is affectionately called. Yes, we say a few words because we know that we do not have all day to speak or reminisce on the many exceptional things our beloved classmate has done. It is quite appropriate that Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks is duly being recognized for his community accomplishment and for his professional achievements. However, we would like to mention some memories from his childhood days at St. Mary's Catholic School and beyond that helped to mold him into the well-rounded person he is today. Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks attended St. Mary's Catholic School from kindergarten through the 12th grade. Our 12th grade class consists of 19 students. In those days, our school days began with a church service. We then marched from church to the schoolyard where we stood at attention to sing the national anthem and our school song. Thereafter, inspection was done to make sure all of the students were neatly dressed and in full uniform. When we meet at some of our social gatherings, our classmates would oftentimes speak about how strict the nuns were. What a difference it is today. We, however, concluded that the nuns did not spare the rod and spoil the child. For that we are truly grateful. It was obvious to all of Bronco's classmates that he had a physical disability. Bronco did not let this get in his way. With his determination, he got involved with every activity we had. For example, the boys in our class enjoy running races. Bronco would say to them, he will also race. However, he said because of my disability, he should be given a head start. Guess who won the race? That's right, Bronco. He would then laugh and say to the other runners, you all might be fast, but I am smarter. Bronco always had a sense of humor. In spite of the many years since our graduation, Dr. Hendricks has never lost touch with his fellow classmates. As a matter of fact, he has opened his home to us on several occasions for our social gatherings. He would also remind us that his home is open to us at any time we feel like gathering together. Dr. Hendricks is one of the first local psychiatrists on St. Croix. In addition, he is a renowned musician. He is also one of the best radio personalities on St. Croix. And the list goes on. Olaf is dedicated to his family and remains humble and down to earth. He mingles with all. Bronco takes the time to with anyone to seek his advice. One of Olaf's exceptional attributes is that he looks up to people and not down at them. Dr. Hendricks has a way of bringing out the best in people who find themselves around him. He knows how to uplift people when they are most in need of someone to talk to. I could attest for that. Or even if they just needed someone to simply lend a listening ear. He certainly makes time to talk to anyone who seeks his advice. Dr. Olaf Hendricks truly loved these Virgin Islands, his family, his friends, his community. In closing, the honor that our beloved classmate, Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks, is being considered for is not only fitting, but it is also deserving. The St. Mary's Catholic High School class of 1962 wholeheartedly agree that our classmate will make this body, the Virgin Islands, proud as he continues to be an ambassador to this beloved territory. Again, a heartfelt thank you to all of you for considering Dr. Bronco Hendricks, a proud Virgin Islander, for this honor. As our elders would say, give me my flowers while I can smell and enjoy them. Dr. Hendricks is well deserving of this honor, and a favorable vote for this prestigious recognition should be greatly appreciated. May God bless the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you so kindly, Mrs. Mason Simmons, for that very spirited testimony. I will now recognize the Honorable Donna Christensen, who will be presenting her testimony on the record. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony on the record.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Carla J. Joseph, Senate President Nova Francis, members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protections, other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, and audience, both in the chamber and who are listening in. I want to thank you so much for the invitation to speak on behalf and in support of Bill number 350101, a resolution commending and honoring Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance abuse issues, and for his music. It's not only a pleasure, but it's an honor to speak on his behalf. But I want to just give you a little about Bronco and me and as we were growing up so that I can establish my creds to be able to speak about Olaf Hendricks. And before I start into it, I want to caution that since some of my recollections go a couple of years back, while I think they're largely accurate, one or two could be a little off. So I'm not sure when I first came to know Olaf, who we always called and still affectionately call Bronco, but I do remember that he was my classmate in kindergarten. And he was always teasing me and everyone else from way back then. I sort of remember him having to say something McNair after me when I had sprained my ankle and the nuns had to pick me up and carry me out for recess. I don't know if he remembers that. But the recollection that stands out most to me is our kindergarten play. I think it was for our graduation. Rini couldn't confirm, but I'm pretty sure it was Bronco on the stage with me, and I was supposed to be giving him a bowl of fungi. At our very first rehearsal, I dropped the bowl. And after all the laughter, which I'm sure he started, the nuns decided to keep that in the script. For all of the teasing I was subjected to when we were in the 7th grade, I remember plotting to get back at him. We girls often did embroidery on Friday afternoons. I don't know what the boys did back then, but I recall he used to sit behind me in that class. So before he came in, I put one of the needles in his chair. No damage was done, nothing happened. You know, it wasn't an attack, it was just a needle. And so it did not end at all any of the harassing that we were all subjected to. In 8th grade, the last class I was in with them, I recall him, Rafayanos, and Malcolm Plaskett sitting near me. It was towards the back, so there was always some prank being played on the girls nearby. One day I came into class and there was about an inch square foil package on my desk. And all of them started cracking up, and I don't think I need to explain what that was. None of us who sat near that gang were ever spared from their jokes. And I'm making reference to his racing skills. As preteens and teenagers, a group of us that included Olaf used to hang out on the wharf. So one day we decided we were going to take a walk. And I remember we came around towards Contentment and then turning back around the corner towards town, which meant we were passing where I used to live in Orange Grove. We decided to stop there to get something to drink before we moved on. My parents weren't home, but I didn't think that was a problem. So we were sitting on the porch, laughing, talking, enjoying ourselves, and getting some water or lemonade or something, when my father came home early. All we heard was his shouting, "Donna Marie!" And everyone scattered and ran. I tell the story because all the people who were there swore that Olaf was the first person to get back to the wharf. I always say all of that to say that Olaf was pretty much there throughout all my childhood and still is today. After 8th grade, I left to join some friends at a school in Puerto Rico and later continued in New York where I graduated. But I'm grateful that Bronco, Rini, Roy, Lucy Candido, Bodil, Mario, and all the others still kept me as a member of the class of '62. And I enjoy very much all of our get-togethers, going to Mass, the anniversaries, graduations, and all of the picnics and things that we do together. I know Bodil told part of the story. I thought she was going to speak after me. Both Olaf and I entered medical school in 1966. He at Howard, and I at George Washington. Although we studied hard while we were there, we had a lot of fun because on weekends, Virgin Islanders would generally get together. One day, we decided that I would join Olaf in one of his classes at Howard. As it turned out, the day I joined him, I got to hear a lecture by the renowned Dr. H. Montague Cobb. His lecture that day was on the nervous system, and would you believe that he used the Griffith-Paré fight to demonstrate the different neurological steps that Paré went through until he died. I've had a strong aversion to boxing since that day. So that was a little bit about our early relationship. So let me get to what might be a bit of an elephant in the room out early. We ran against each other in the 1996 primary. I'll have to admit that initially, in debt after 1994, I did briefly consider not running again in 96. But as I thought about it, I realized if I was ever going to run again, it had to be then. But not having consulted with each other, both of us jumped in. It was a close race, but when it was over, we moved on, as before, as close classmates and friends. As someone who has known Bronco all of this time, it is a great honor for me to be here to pay tribute to this man who, for all of the years of his adult and professional life, has carried all of our burdens, anxieties, depressions, psychoses, and the contradictions and conflicts of our community on his back and on his psyche. Right. That has not been by any means an easy burden, or one that any of us could have carried on with the skill, the aplomb, the empathy, and the selflessness that he did. Olaf was at the same time and for a long time the chief territorial psychiatrist at the Department of Health and also at the hospital, the prison psychiatrist, the forensic psychiatrist at the courts, a private practitioner of psychiatry, and the one who all of us turn to for consultation for our own patients. I would especially call out for help from him when Obia was a part of the issues I was dealing with. Even with all of that, he for a few years even added to it by being the Assistant Commissioner of Health in the Farrelly Hodge administration, along with all of the other things he was doing. As a community, we had and still have a lot of issues that need healing. So we should not just be honoring Bronco today. We really need to name him a saint for carrying all of this on his shoulders. Though through it all, he remained the active classmate, friend, and community mover and shaker, all the while not shrinking at all from being the doting father, loving husband, supportive brother, and involved family man. His outlet had to be dealing with the horses and horse racing, and also delving into music and culture. When you watch and listen to Bronco play, he undoubtedly poured and released all of the stress that we caused into that saxophone. Olaf has played a major role in keeping our culture alive and vibrant and instilling the knowledge and love of it in our people, both young and old. This too I consider a part of his practice of the healing art. Olaf Hendricks, through the practice of psychiatry, his serving in different health administrative positions, his music, his contributions to cultural preservation, through his sharing of his thoughts and insights on radio and at events where he was a much sought after speaker, he has truly gone above and beyond to bring healing not only to individuals, but to our entire Virgin Islands community. The legacy of this gentleman, who I can truly call a Renaissance man, is not just set, it continues to morph so to respond to us as our needs change and grow. For that, and all that you have heard about him today and will continue to hear, and going forward, we owe Bronco a profound debt of gratitude. And I thank you, Chairwoman Joseph, the committee and co-sponsor Franklin Johnson for inviting me to testify on his behalf, and in doing so to give my strong and unwavering support for the honor you will undoubtedly unanimously bestow on my classmate and friend. Thank you.
And thank you, the Honorable Donna Christensen, for that very riveting and colorful look into the life of our honoree today. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the written testimony that was submitted by Dr. Stanley Jacobs.
Dear Senator Joseph, many thanks for granting me the opportunity to add my 3 cents to the affirmative testimonies during the bestowal of a legislative honor to Dr. Olaf Branco Hendricks. Whenever in the Virgin Islands, Dr. Hendricks appears, he is instantly recognized and warmly greeted by most of those present, not only because he is one of us who gets involved in group working for the betterment of all and is very vocal about it, but because he really cares for and is truly loved by our community. Throughout his busy medical career, he has been committed to the struggles for improvement of the Virgin Islands in general and of our mental health care system in particular. And off the record, has willingly and graciously helped countless individuals solve countless problems, medical, personal, and otherwise. Recognizing that our rich and beautiful culture is being eroded by power outside influences, Branco has been doing what he can to help preserve what we have left of our heritage. To that end, he was intimately involved in the foundation of culture-based organizations like the Crucian Cultural Institute, Crucian Rican All Are We Breakfast, and Hillsiders, among others. He also hosted various radio talk shows focusing on concerns particular to St. Croix and the Greater Virgin Islands. To put the icing on the cake, so to speak, he became a part of the 10 Sleepless Nights, whose mission is to preserve and pass on to the coming generations our beautiful music, dance, and way of life. Branco has been involved in other activities that are community-oriented, such as horse racing, farming, and music. His musicianship is what impresses me the most. He has been playing his saxophone with TSK since the early 70s, having beforehand gained experience playing with other bands here and on the mainland, like all the members of TSK has done at that time. Despite his status as a man of higher learning than most of us, he is down to earth and kind and honest person. He serves as our resident psychiatrist, fits in well with the band character, and more about that will remain unsaid. When we were growing up in Gallows Bay section of Christian said, all the children knew each other and either good friends or simply friendly with each other. Putting that together with our ardent devotion to music produced the positive relationship that the members of TSK enjoy till up to now. Branco played with us on and off, depending on when he can get a break from his educational and professional obligation, both here and abroad. He learned to phrase melody in Crucian, and I am still proud about that. He is an extraordinary saxophone player, but his musical talent extends beyond that. In addition to playing, he also composes melodies. Among his compositions, two of my favorites are Bronco Jig and WTJX theme song. To me, these tunes speak to his musical greatness. On behalf of the 10 Sleepless Nights, please let it be known that I completely agree with Bill number 35-0101 in that Dr. Olaf Branko Hendricks, psychiatrist, physician, social and political activist, radio personality, racehorse owner, farmer, musician, and so much more, is truly worthy of this Virgin Islands legislature's prestigious honor. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the testimony.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know it's been a very long day, and it has been a very long days for us as legislators. I am going to have to leave early, but I will leave you in good hands because I have a flight to catch to get back to St. Thomas. But I wanted to be quick, and we will proceed, but I will go first if my colleagues and members would allow, to just put on the record, we're going to do one round of 4 minutes, and I would ask the indulgence to go first so I can catch my flight to St. Thomas, and not to worry. I will be voting in the affirmative on this measure, even though I may miss the vote today. Tomorrow is Rules Committee, and this measure should be on the agenda, and I would also be voting on it tomorrow. But I really looked at all of the resolutions we had today, and 2 out of the 4 are horsemen. And I said it before when we had a resolution to posthumously honor former Senator Edgar Isles, who was also that, this industry, this sport rather, brings such life to the spectators as well as the horse owners, especially for us. And I'm just looking at it because your profession is psychology, and looking at how uplifting it is. And I'll ask the son, what have you seen your father go through, Mr. Hendricks, that has inspired you as a son?
What have I seen him go through?
Yes, and overcome. That has inspired. Just one. Remember my
Just
time.
one?
Just one. My time is short.
Certainly physical handicap. That's been, when I was younger, I have to say that, when you're younger and you're watching everybody else and their parents able to run around with them, and you see that your dad can't run with you, you're like, wait, I don't know if I want to be with my dad. I don't want to, I feel a little embarrassed, But as I understood more of what he was, I was like, wait a minute, they don't have what my dad has, These guys, all they could do is run around, and my dad, he's overcome handicap in a way that most people don't even recognize he's had one. I've never heard anybody say your father crippled, when I was growing up. And he's never carried himself, and we've never discussed it at home, until he got older and some of his physical disabilities have been more pronounced and caused him to be less active. But, my dad drives a tractor, as he did this week, he'll hold horses, and he'll do it all. Using a pickaxe. This is not a regular guy. So he's carried the burden of being the breadwinner of our household and a leader in my family. He became a psychiatrist, and as a psychiatrist, he worked many jobs, as many of the other testifiers said today. And I've never heard him make an excuse. I've never heard him make an excuse. I've never heard him ask for anything for free. You know, he just works hard and gets it done, you know? So
Thank you, and that was very eloquent. Also, how was it in your home knowing that your dad is a psychiatrist? He's out there doing all of these things, and I would say looking like a superhero, because that's a really applaudable profession. You know, to be able to talk to someone, you know, even give prescribed medication and see them transition from maybe a psychotic break, and then they become a little bit better and they're improving as they go along because of the type of treatment and service and empathy and care that they received from your father.
well, I'll tell you that I don't think he sees patients as patients. He sees them as people that need help, and he's always done that. You know, I remember growing up, and you know, I stopped by this place, and somebody said, "Give this to your father," you know, or "Make sure your dad gets this," and that was payment for what they believed they received treatment. You know, they received treatment that was their form of payment. His shoes are really tough to fill, not because he has two different size shoes. But I don't know anybody else, and not because he's my dad. I don't know anybody else that has achieved as much as he has in the lifetime that he's had. Especially considering his beginnings.
Well, I really want to thank you and thank all of you for being here. I want to confess that I heard about you, Dr. Hendricks, many years ago, similar to the other individual who we honored and passed that legislation posthumously from horse racing. And one of my mentors, he would always talk well about you from St. Thomas, and he's a horseman too. Real horse enthusiast, sometimes so much more than I am. But he speaks well about you and about the work that you have done tirelessly and consistently in our community. And so that's why I signed on Mr. Senator Franklin Johnson, because I knew the man before I even met him. Yes, you knew about him, and it speaks volume when someone could talk right behind your back so well about you. And I never heard that individual say one thing. He would always talk so highly of you. So I definitely see that you're befitting of this honor and this recognition. We will take a 1-minute break just to change the chairmanship and come back. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute.
The Committee on Government Operations is resumed. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a young lady here working for me for the summer, and she wants to go home 4 o'clock. We don't pay overtime. So I definitely want for her to introduce herself to the people here today. Step forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Y'all can hear
Good
me?
afternoon.
My name is Kyla Miles. I attend the St. Croix Educational Complex. I will be an 11th grader this school year, and working for Senator Johnson has been a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. Thank you.
Tell me. I'll echo the president and ask how much did he pay you to say that? So the chairwoman, before she had to depart, stated that we'll have 4 minutes. And I'm assisted by an able clerk today. Thank you, ma'am. So next up, we will have our Senate President, Novalee Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. How good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. 4 for 4 today. 4 for 4 today. I'm telling you that today has really been a great day, and I'm so happy that despite not being a member of this committee that I sat through all of these, because this is a very important resolution. We often get criticized, by the way, when we honor and commend our own. But if we don't do it, who will? So I stand here proud today, and I don't know, we got to figure out what's happening here, because the class of 1962 look like they're separating. How coincidental could it be that we have Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks resolution on the same day that we have consideration of Donna Marie Christensen? What amazing day. God is good. So, you guys look like you're going to separate 1962, 1966. You know, I see my scout leader in the back there. Roy Pemberton, I went back there and said to him, any scolding for me today? But it is in fact a great day, and I've always admired Bronco Hendricks, Olaf Bronco Hendricks. I live in a time when they call for individuals that are having behavioral health issues and really identify them as crazy people. That they get the orderlies to come out in their white with a stiff jacket and call for Bronco Hendricks. They used to threaten them, behave by yourself, or we're going to call Bronco Hendricks for you all. I lived long enough to witness that. But for 6 decades, 60 years of friendship, class of 62, I'm proud of the fact that you're here supporting your classmate. These are times that we don't cherish today. Friendship, I once heard Governor Farley said at the McAlpin's house, friendship is a commodity that not even money could buy. So thank you for being here supporting this very, very important gentleman. And he's important for many reasons. And I want to, before I continue, to say thank you for your service, Dr. Hendricks. I know that you don't feel good sitting here today because you don't like the spotlight on you. You'd rather to be more reserved and behind the scenes. But today's your day. So enjoy it. You have an amazing son that loves you, and family that loves you, and a community that loves you. I often admire that relationship that you have with your son. Those are moments that money can't buy. So I remember sitting in the class at the police academy when you came and provided training for us 35 years ago. and you used the wheelbarrow theory. Can you tell this community a little bit about what you told us about the wheelbarrow theory and as it relates to, again, being able to de-stress and not allow for everything to be thrown into the wheelbarrow?
Please recognize the mic of Dr. Olaf Hendricks.
Time.
Thank you. So 35 years ago is like yesterday to me. Anyway, yeah, so I used to use this as an example, and the reason I did this was I converted the reality of that story into a fantasy, which was Crucians. You know, and usually the Crucians that I refer to are some of my good friends at St. Elizabeth's who have been there from the 30s. And I used to say that there was this guy walking with a wheelbarrow round and round and round and round. So after a while, the people started getting a little interested, a little curious about what's going on here. He got his wheelbarrow upside down and walking round and round and round and round. So finally, somebody got the courage to say, brother man, why you walking all day long with this wheelbarrow upside down? Watchy, you know, one of them countryman kind of look, which indicates that the person asking the question is stupid or crazy. He watch it, he say, you crazy? You think I stupid because if I turn it up the right way up, they're going to put things in it and make me carry things?
Smart. Yeah, sorry. So I often remember that whole 35 years, and I still remember that as part of the instructions that you gave at the class. But, you know, I want to take this opportunity to commend the bill sponsor. I intend to sign on as a co-sponsor myself because I think it's important that we recognize your life work. And, you know, I've always said that, you know, you're a down-to-earth person. You're very approachable. You could have a discussion. I've never met you or encountered you that you wouldn't have something to say, some greeting of the day, ask about your well-being and your mental health. I mean, that's part of your training, I'm sure, but you have always kind of inquire about, and the fact that I've had stressful jobs over the years as well. It was very important that when you asked me, you know, how you doing? I really mean, how you doing? You know what I mean? I thought that those things were important. So truly, we appreciate you, and we honor you, we commend you, and thank you so much for your service to this community.
You're welcome.
We're deeply indebted to you and your family. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for the leniency. Congratulations, bill sponsor.
Mr. President, 4 minutes or enough time? Thank you, Mr. President. We'll move on to Senator Milton E. Potter and St. Thomas. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, one and all. Special good afternoon to Dr. Hendricks and the various testifiers who are here in support of this bill. Without question, I wholeheartedly support this resolution, this bill, Bill number 35-0101, a resolution honoring and commending our very own Dr. Olaf Branco Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I always say that progressive communities recognize their own for achieving excellence. And without question, Dr. Hendricks is deserving of this recognition. He's a psychiatrist, musician, community activist, father, husband, friend, horse racing aficionado, overall man of character, similar to his classmate, Delegate Christensen, who I characterize earlier as a Renaissance woman. Without question, Dr. Hendricks is a Renaissance man. But I wanna caution our delegate, our former delegate, Dr. Christensen, though. Be careful of what you admit to on the floor of the Senate. And I speak to, because we're not sure if the statute of limitation has expired on that assault. Really, in the kindergarten, when you put the tack on Dr. Hendricks' shed. I am not sure, so be careful. But on a serious note, I am very much appreciative to the bill sponsor for his vision and foresight in identifying Dr. Hendricks for special recognition. He is fully deserving of this. And I just wanted to end by asking his son to, if he could share with us something, well, let me ask him this, the most significant piece of advice that you received from your dad.
They're putting you on the spot today, huh?
It's all right. It's all right. I will take it for him any day. Most significant piece of advice. Believe in God, but lock your door. That is awesome. I can definitely remember that. But I just want to sincerely thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Congratulations, Dr. Hendricks, on this well-deserved recognition. At the appropriate time, without question, you're going to get a unanimous approval of this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. This joker, I want this joker, I don't get him. Because before I recognize the next speaker, you know, y'all really listened to the introduction earlier of this fine gentleman before us? Y'all listened to the introduction? The primary sponsor got me all excited. I could have sworn that I was listening to Doc and Fungi. And I'm going to ask the two of you later on to hook up and see if I could do something, because how he was going on there were like, he's Fungi, talking to the Doc. And my good friend, your son, seemed like he said, you know what? I'm in a professional institution. I'm going to turn this around. And he started yanking when he started to testify. He said, but look at this. You know, Senator Alma Francis Eiliga, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. I definitely am in support of Bill 35-0101 in regards to taking this time to really honor Dr. Hendricks for all the work that he's done throughout the years. It's very heartwarming to sit here and listen to everyone talk about him, his life, from a childhood's perspective all the way through adulthood, and even from being a parent and his son sitting here talking about all the good and wonderful things he's done and making him proud of knowing that that was his dad. Some of the things I want to speak on when it comes to mental health and mental wellness. Dr. Hendricks, what are some of the things over the years that you strongly advocate for when it comes to mental health and wellness in our territory? And where do you see us as a people where we need to go to really help those that are in need of mental health?
One of the things that I learned quickly about as someone very closely associated to the fields of dealing with those people who are challenged psychologically is that the big difference, but I knew this, and that's one of the reasons I went into psychiatry. The big difference to me is that we have such a strong, powerful relationship with our culture, with our environment, with our families, with our friends. And you just heard testimony along those lines, where here at the table are sitting 3 people who have been together, not 60, but closer to 70 or 72 years, because we graduated 60 years ago or more. So in terms of that structure that we have, where our environment, our customs, our behaviors, our likes and dislikes, I was fortunate enough to have gone through that myself, and I can use that. I use that to be a part of my approach to helping, to retrofitting some of these patients in the sense that let's start with who you are, let's start with what you know, let's start with what you think are our strengths and our weaknesses. Let's start by talking about what are the things that mean most to you. And that, to me, was always the big difference. And let me give you an anecdote here quickly. When I was in St. Elizabeth's Hospital working back in the early 70s, there were approximately 30 patients from the Virgin Islands that had been at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, some of them from in the late 30s and others in the 40s and 50s. And I recognized 1 or 2 of them, and I noticed that all of them, I could say whatever I wanted to say. They all had one thing almost in common. There was this common thread of, if I brought something for them to eat, or do I know such and such a person? And so I said, you know, why is it that you all want to know who I know and what it is if I know you? And one of them very eloquently told me that if you know me, you know what happened to me. If you know my family, you know what happened to me. And I took that seriously, and I considered that to be one of the most powerful tools that I was given. Because I don't start about, are you hearing voices? I don't start with, can you sleep? Are you depressed? No. I start with that background, that most basic issue of how tightly related are you to your environment that you left when you left the Virgin Islands and never, ever saw again. And that to me was always the key to establishing a relationship with all my friends. Some of them were actually friends of my family, friends and patients that I started out with at St. Elizabeth's.
But thank you so much for sharing that with us, and it gives such a strong perspective for the type of doctor you have been over the years and how serious you took mental wellness. A former Congresswoman, how are you?
Time was called, but you can go ahead and wrap up.
Okay.
No,
I
you
didn't
can go
hear.
ahead and
I
wrap
was
up.
caught up listening to Dr. Hendricks.
I understand.
Well, thank you for indulging me so I can ask this last question. You talked about Dr. Hendricks from a childhood perspective and how close you were over the years. Do you think he's changed much?
No.
Okay.
He's still the same person he was in kindergarten.
That's good. Well, it's happy to see that friendships could last to the test of time. You know, some of us would meet people in our lifetime, they come and they go. But it's a beautiful thing when you could connect to other souls and they become a permanent part of who you are. So thank you for this opportunity to even witness this. And I will definitely be voting to support and honor this man for all that he's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next up, Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and blessings and special greetings to Dr. Hendricks and Dr. Donna Christensen. And I also will support Bill number 350029, commending and honoring you. You know, I'm so pleased to support Bill number 35-0101 to honor Dr. Olaf Hendricks, a psychiatrist. You know, he has served for so many years at practically all our facilities. You know, his service is noteworthy and commendable. You know, first, I want to say thanks to the president of the 35th legislature for his successful passing of the behavioral health bill in the last legislature. And I'm sure Dr. Hendricks would agree that mental health must be treated with parity as all other illnesses. No longer can we wait for mental health treatment. You know, if your child has a broken bone or the flu, you can go and get treated immediately. Mental illness must be treated the same. Mental illness hurts us now and must be treated now. But this is not just about equal treatment for those with mental health. This is about ending discrimination. You know, let's call it what it is. We cannot deny mental health treatment. I would like to see the day when we treat psychiatric hospitals. Dr. Hendricks just gave us an example. Just like we treat a cancer hospital. Treat mental illness like you treat heart disease. Treat mental illness like how we treated the HIV/AIDS community. The law says that you don't have to wait or regret or plead to get treated for mental illness. The law is on the side. You know, there's progress. Right now, you can call the 988 hotline. That's the new behavioral health hotline. You know, Dr. Hendricks has served the community at the Division of Mental Health, the Charles Harwood Hospital, the Richmond Penitentiary, and on and on. I served briefly with him when I was the acting director of mental health under Commissioner Vivian Epson Flood. You know, this gentleman, this physician, this psychiatrist has contributed so much to our community because mental illness is important, it hurts, and we must treat it like how we treat all the other illnesses. So I'm sure that Dr. Hendricks would commend this initiative, and I would like to quickly ask Dr. Hendricks, what do you think we can do additionally to advance the treatment of mental illness in the community so that we can remove the stigmas and give the same opportunities to someone with a mental illness like if you had a broken bone? Dr. Hendricks?
Yes, thank you for the question. You know, the amount of resistance, passive as well as active resistance that you see and experience vis-a-vis psychological or psychiatric issues is, to me, sometimes I wonder what is it that we're really thinking about and saying that a person who is acutely psychotic or who has had an episode that really does not represent themselves well, yet we want to continue to treat these patients, these individuals, these clients, the same way we treated them 30 or 40 or more years ago. And while I was practicing, I realized that, yeah, you can give a patient a tranquilizer, but all that is going to do is tranquilize them for a set amount of time. What we need to give them is an ability to develop or recover their own insights so that they could lead us into this process that we call recovery. And so I have always been appalled at the differences between the approach to mental health as well versus, say, for instance, the non-mental health issues. So I would hope all the time that whenever we are doing something like this wonderful bill that you guys worked on, I was able to go through it a couple of times. I'm very impressed. And I was looking at the one in Washington, D.C., and I don't think that theirs is, to me anyway, as solid as yours. So I commend you all for your approach and your care in dealing with this matter.
Time. Very much. Thank you very much. And I have to congratulate again the president of the 35th on passing that behavioral health bill. Better days are coming, the people of the Virgin Islands. Blessings, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers and honoree here present. Today has really been a great day. You know, we have our days here in the legislatures that are not so good. The viewing and listening audience have witnessed it, and we know ourselves. But when we have this opportunity, a day such as today, to honor individuals that have paved the road, individuals that have left a legacy, individuals that are continuing to contribute and have contributed to our community, it's always very gratifying. And I think this is one of the parts that I really enjoy about being a senator, because it's important to give honor where honor is due. And especially when someone is still alive and they can smell their flowers, I think that is so crucial, you know, that not only their family members can be able to enjoy, but that they themselves are able to receive the honor that they deserved. So, Dr. Hendricks, this is well deserved for you. You not only have served in the medical field, in the area of mental health, but you're a cultural bearer. And as I was reading and hearing the testimonies, it's worthy to recognize the work that you have done and the contributions you have provided to our community. And I want to commend you for that. I want to commend for the legacy that you're leaving behind. And I also want to ask you, from all that you have done, what resounds more and what you're more gratified for? What brings you the most joy?
That question is such a deep one that I'm going to try to deflect it a little bit. The fact that I can sit here today with people that I've known, as I said, for close to 70 years, nothing beats that. The fact that I can sit here today with my son, who obviously makes up stories about his father, gives me great joy, because I know when I go, he gonna be there. And then my beautiful wife, by the way, is here with us today, and she's gonna rehash everything I said on the way back home. And I usually we leave the back window open so I can escape. But you know, let me tell you, just the honor. It's an honor to have been able to sit across the table or wherever with people who have gone through these kinds of tribulations, and that we just dust off and color. I mean, we just say to them, okay, we're going to come back to you. These people have been mistreated, undertreated, left alone, just discarded. And for me, being able to hear one of them say to me, Dr. Hendricks, I thank you. And it's not because I gave them medication. It's not because we have anything special to give them, but just because I listened. And I think that's my best attribute. I listen. And they provided 99% of the results, the things that cause the results, and I just was a good listener. Is that me? Oh, okay.
Yes, it is, but it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So I would say just the ability to serve these people who have been for decades, hundreds of years, I guess, at the bottom of that totem pole in which we say that this is medicine.
And from reading, just wrapping up, I saw where your inspiration for the medical field came into, right? But what about the music and the cultural aspect also connected to that?
You know, Cinque was one of the best places in the world to grow up in, one of the best. You could thief a mango up in the hill, but by the time you get back to your house, your father know. You know what I mean? We had no telephone then. But to me, just the fact that we were able to, again, live, experience, and be close to the things that we call culture, that's the general kind of answer. The specific answer has to be a human being by the name of Randall Doc James. Medicine, has, music. I stand up right there with him. And not because I thought I was going to end up in any of these things, but he has been an overwhelming influence on me. And from the first time I heard his voice as a little boy, and then he said, "You're going to be a doctor, right?" I say, "Yeah." When I went to Howard, I was going to start Romance languages. And when I came home that summer, Doc said, "Good to see you, man. Good to see you, cuz." He said, "What are you studying?" I said, "Romance languages." He said, "What?" I said, "Romance languages." He said, "Your father paying for you to come one of them kind of people?" I changed. That was the inspiration to go follow in his footsteps in medicine.
Nice. And today you are an inspiration to others. So we thank you for your service and your commitment to our Virgin Islands, particularly to St. Croix. Thank you, sir.
For those kind words,
Thank
sir.
you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Doc.
Yes, sir.
When you leave from here, you're going to thank your son today. I'm telling you, you're going to thank your son. Okay? He always able to pivot us back into speaking proper. Them symptoms are going to talk, but we today, you know.
That's good.
If you continue with that has business, I say, what's a has?
It's a horse.
A has could beat any horse in the Virgin Islands.
You know, well, I tell you, it's always a joy being around you, you know. Always.
That's mutual, my brother.
Not just during the wee hours of the morning, waking up people during the serenade. All the time.
Thank you.
But coming back on the serious side a little bit, you know, I'm very familiar with the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, known to most people only who know it through the acronym HIPAA. So I don't want you to tell us anything about this person you might have had to call. But earlier during the introduction, again, I heard the primary bill sponsor talking about you call him one time. But to my recollection, he said about 3 times. So I'm saying something got to be wrong. The doc called me one time. The doc called me one time. The doc called me one time. How much time you call him, doc?
Well, I can't engage in.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I will say that individual, I think you need to reevaluate them, okay? At some point.
There was never.
Because I can't see how much time one time could be one time.
It's primary mathematics, but let me say something to that. When we went on that trip, I have to confess that the good senator, really, he carried himself in such a way, and we were told, if you remember on that flight, that we were not going to be able to bring that man from Puerto Rico to St. Croix.
Right.
And I went up to them, and
Wait.
Yes.
Okay. I used to be a policeman. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it Puerto Rico you were coming from or North Carolina?
No, North Carolina to San Juan, and then San Juan. When we got in San Juan, they told us we couldn't bring him. The flight was full, although we had reservations. And the good senator told the person in charge at whatever airline that was, it was a jet. I think American used it was a late flight coming back home. And he told them, you know, he said a couple of things to them, and the first thing they said to him was like, "Are you a federal agent?" And they meant it. But then he also says, well, maybe we'll just take off this guy's handcuffs, and you all keep him here for us tonight. we got the seats.
Yes, yes. I'm pretty sure you did. So, Dr. Christensen, because I'm going to take this monkey off of my partner back today, because we're going to play domino sometime this week. So just for the record, during your testimony earlier, you spoke about running against the good doc. I believe you said we're back in 1996, but you didn't say, for the record, and for those that might be viewing or listening that don't know about that election or whatever it is you ran for in 96, what was it you ran for?
Sir, delegate to Congress.
And you stated in 96, both of you ran against each other, and what happened?
It was a primary.
Right, both of you ran against each other.
Yeah.
And what
Yes,
was
sir.
the outcome? Between the
I
both of you.
squeaked by and I beat him. It was a close race.
And that's the year you became.
Yes, I had a primary that year, I had a general, and I had a runoff.
Now, and that's the year that you won first?
Yes.
So in my days, we used to say people in private school or Catholic school and thing were smarter than us in public school. But I always beg to differ. And obviously, the smart gentleman, he didn't think it through. He almost split the class votes, which now go make me ask the next question to Ms. Bodell. Who you voted for?
It was very difficult for our classmates and close friends. It was harder on them than it was on
I want you to get
us.
Ms. Bodell out of this one. Ms. Bodell, who you had voted for in 96?
I voted for him.
Oh my gosh, I didn't.
This is my partner.
Okay. I ain't got no money for that, boss. But thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
Thank you for your honesty. But I bet you voted for Dana Christensen after that.
No.
Oh, man, I done with you. Doc, I want to say, listen, again, like I told the others before, there's too much thank yous. And thank you can't carry us to the bank. But these honor and commendations and whatnot that I saw today really started today at the peak, and we ended at the peak again. All deserving.
Thank you.
I don't like to be honoring and commending every hearing, every 2-3 minutes, because at times it seemed like you just watered down the whole thing. But the 4 that we saw today, absolutely deserving. And after I reached about the 12th thing to tell you thank you for, I just decided I'm going to tell you thank you for 2 things. Thank you for standing up for us as a Virgin Islands territory, not just for St. Croix, because we know that your work traversed the entire U.S. Virgin Islands and even beyond. But I thank you for standing by us, because our people ain't easy. And you could have gone to any other jurisdiction, any other state, and be somebody else's doctor. You stuck with home. I say thank you for that.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
I also say a big thank you to you for your contributions and your support toward mental health, keeping our culture alive, your music, and everything else that you have done for these U.S. Virgin Islands. With everything that they listed, and you notice I only list about 3 of them, the only thing it seemed to me like you didn't do was became an ordained priest. But I like your What's the word? No, alas. I like your advice to your son. What was it? Believe in God but still lock your door. You know, you had me sitting here thinking about that for real.
That's how he closes radio show every day.
So I would like, before I go to the, that was my time. So now we won't go to the primary sponsor, but I want you to break that one down for me before we move on to him. Believe in God, but lock your door.
Sure, you know, we have to believe in God, the creator, the architect, the great architect, but the thing is that we have our own part to play in that. And a lot of us must also understand and accept that role that we have. So that's all it means. Believe in God. It's a big thing, it's a good thing, but also do your part.
Do your part by locking the door?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the bill sponsor. I'm looking forward to hearing this because I like when he talk. Rah. And I want to hear the Dak on Fungi a little bit. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no, don't do that.
I got to speak proper.
Proper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been a beautiful day here today. And I must say today I learned a lot. But there was something that touched me, and I ain't cry like Kenny, but it brought tears to my eyes. And it was something that you said, Honorable Donna Christensen. You said that in your testimony that the good doc had to listen to everybody's problems. Where does he get it off? Because that's inside there and inside here. And that thing touched me a lot because then I said, well, wait, who doc to get to talk to get this problem off? Because everybody come to doc with their problems. And as a professional, he have to hold in what they say to him. Some things are very troubling, some things are very easy. And that really touched me and just had my eyes watery, like wondering about you, Doc. And I ask you the question, how do you get all of this? Because at some point it has to be hurting to hear your patient with their problems. And sometimes you wonder, like, how do I get this person across this bridge because of the hurt that they're explaining to you? How do you get yourself to get after some of these patients?
I'm going to, yes, thank you, Senator, for that question. I'm going to veer 2 meters away from where I've been all day, and that is, at St. Elizabeth's, I met a patient, and we were talking, and I said, when did you come up here? This is back in the 70s. When did you come up here? And she couldn't tell me, but looking at her record, she was up there, I think, from the maybe around 50, 51. And I said to her, well, she came up there and I said, where did you come from? She said, St. Croix. And I said to her, what part of St. Croix? I said, she said, up by the Christian Mission Church, King Cross Street. And I said, what part of King? She says, not too far from the church, right next to the Pacheco Dem. And I said, oh, you were living right there? And she told me her last name, and I recognized that last name. And I said, oh, because I live right in the corner, right next to the church. And I was sick when I was small, I couldn't. She said, I used to take care of you. That busted a big hole in my heart. So you see how things can flip. The woman that took care of me ended up being the person that I took care of. God is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Media, can you put up that picture that we have there of Dr. Hendricks? You didn't know I got a picture of you.
Oh, boy.
There you go, the awesome Doc.
Oh, my God. Listen, if I don't have a picture of my wife, I'm going to have to walk home tonight. And you know how I to walk.
Yeah, but you're going to make it, because I see you run up and down the place and I hear about you race them. So you're going to do some of them foot race again today.
I apologize.
But these are some pictures that definitely your beautiful wife is here with us. Thank you for being here. And you know what? A lot of them, man, nobody know, you know. I had a plum tree in the back of the yard. In the back of my yard, I got a plum tree. I can't get plum. Every morning I wake up, I look the plum tree bare. I say, well, I'm going to get up early tomorrow because I got to see who picking these plum. Who you think they in the plum tree? Doc Hendricks. He in the plum tree taking the plum. I said, but who give you permission? He said, look, now you just move in here. You know, this is my mother-in-law yard. So I couldn't argue no more. I just couldn't get plum without his permission in my backyard. But I must say, you know, I want to say thank you to the class for coming out to support your classmate. I want to say thank you to Bodell, who I know as Bodell. You know, your testimony was really reviving. I learned so much today here.
Senator,
in this.
I caution you. I caution you. That's Miss Bodell.
Miss Bodell. Miss Bodell. And all the rest of the folks, his wife and his daughter-in-law, and Roy. You know, so I really thank you guys for coming out here to support Doc. And as I say, when I thought about who I would honor, because as we said, we don't want to water this thing down. We want to really pick people and really look at what they have done for this community. And Doc, you have done a job for this community and still doing. Although you're not practicing, you're still practicing, because the job is never over with you, Doc. You have always been a man that listen to people, talk to people, help them. And I'm going to give them my secret to winning. When I decide to run, he called me one time and he said, I want to talk to you. I said, okay. And I went up to the house. And it was many Sundays we would sit there early, have breakfast on the porch, and he would ask me my visions, what I want to do, how I'm going to get it accomplished. And he also gave me some assignments that I still haven't forgot. I got them in the phone. But this is a job that you put me to do that I don't know I would have been doing all of this hard work here. But with your help, I was successful. A lot of the things that you told me I need to do, the things I needed to do as far as my campaign and bringing people together, I had your guidance through that entire campaign. And you would always come. When you're coming up, say, I'm coming Sunday. You know, and I would always go up there and get a very good man-to-man talk and reasoning about this territory and how we need to shape and mold it and make it a better place for all of us. So I said down inside, thank you from inside the deepest spot in my heart. Thank you for always being there for me, from in correction, out of correction, and all the time, even when we had different sides, we never lose touch with each other. We never stop talking and communicating. And I thank you for that dearly, and I thank you for all you've done for the people of this territory. And this is an honor that you earned it. You work, you put the work in, you put the time in. And I know that your family has to be proud of all your accomplishments and everything that you have done for the people of this territory. And I say thank you over and over again. And we definitely got to sit on the next Sunday. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And Senator Johnson, I want to ask something of you. That when this mental health facility is built, that we put the right name on that facility in the name of Dr. Olaf Hendricks, Bronco Hendricks. Indeed, we're not going to stop short. But when the good senator from Frederiksted told me about this, I was kind of upset because I was like, man, another idea gone again. But I say I support you 100% on this. So we're going to work with the Senate President and the entire institution to make sure that this happens. And I'm sure that you're still practicing. Because I know when you see me, you ask me, how you doing? You're taking care of yourself? I know you're still calling Senator Johnson. I know you're still meeting the Senate President. And every time you see us, I know you're to check on us. So you're still practicing. And I want to give you this time before we go to the vote to recognize the superwoman behind you. Because I ain't want you walking home tonight. And whomever else in the back that you want to recognize, that's with you.
I can't look around.
Media, if you could put the camera back there and then the good doc could look at the screen and see who's behind him. This is one time you could use your superhero's vision and look forward and see what's behind you.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to, the first person I have to recognize is my wife.
Oh, I ain't telling you who first.
I just
you should know.
And so, Pat, thank you very much.
Please wave or stand so that they can see who you are.
Pat,
Thank you.
Please stand. And she looks quiet and has that appearance, but of course she was also a principal.
Exactly.
For a long time. And I tell you, the young lady said something that related to her, but that's okay. Pat, thank you very much. And I'm so happy to know that you're going to give me the ride back home this afternoon. Right next to her is another Dr. Hendricks, which is
I
Kai's
can't see
wife.
her. Where is she?
Would you stand, Carmen?
Oh, there she is.
Yes, Carmen is a wonderful human being, a blessed addition to our family. And a lot of times I hear people saying, son, that Dr. Hendricks is awesome. And I tell them, thank you, and they say, not you. So thank you. She's a wonderful human being, and I'm glad she's carrying that name. Of course, Kai calls himself Dr. Hendricks a lot of times too, and my wife. Thank you, Carmen. And next to her is another person who has been in my life from early childhood, Roy Pemberton. One of the best human beings I've ever met. Very calm. I don't know how he does it, but very calm. Always a good friend and a good brother. Thank you so much.
Man, we miss his cooking in Gallows-Bill, no?
He's going to be coming back. And behind him is one of the people that really helped shape who I am today, also along with the rest of the class of '62, Roy Thomas. Please stand, Roy. Roy and I got in so much trouble. You know, all I had to do was just watch Roy during the Mass every morning, and Roy would laugh, and they would pull him out of the church, and then they would pinch me. So Roy, and we were friends. We have never stopped being friends, none of them.
Yes.
Roy's wife, oh my God. Would you please stand? She's not a classmate, but she is, you could see. And of course, I forget her name, so I ain't going to talk about it.
Her name is Roy's wife. You're
no,
correct.
sir, that's not coming from me. Roy didn't know he was marrying my cousin until he got married. And that's when I really met her for sure. She's a wonderful, blessed human being. I can't see. Oh, Rainey Canigata, Irene. Ooh, another class of '62, known from kindergarten all the way up, and has been one of the stalwart friends that I've always had, her entire family. And it was only after, many years after that, I found out we were cousins too.
Yes.
So that, to me, is a blessing. So I want to thank all of them. And I want to thank everyone here. Donna, as she explained, was with me all the time. And this lady right here, I would pray for her and thank her.
Remember you said that I'm legal.
This is the legislature, you can't do that. So I just really want to thank all of them, and God bless them. And thank you for the services that you provide in general and for bringing me here today.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to entertain a motion.
Motion I move that.
Senator Carrion, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 35-0101, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance use issues, and for his music, be voted upon favorably and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Carrion and second by Senator Fonseca
Second.
and Senator Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the matter.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you. The measure has passed. A resolution, bill number 35, that's 0101, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance use issues, and for his music. Has been passed favorably by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action.
Amen.
Congratulations. We don't usually allow applauses, but at this time, you may.
Can I say something?
And before we close out, I will allow the panelists to give a 30-second close out. And in this case, we'll be gentlemen, and we will allow the ladies to go first. And then we will move to the son and then the honoree. Dr. Christensen, you're recognized.
Thank you. If you just allow me a bit of personal privilege, because I had to run off to be on the radio and TV this morning.
So you're allowed 60 seconds, 30
Okay.
seconds for
Well,
you
I
and
want
30
to
for
thank the original sponsors of the bill honoring me this morning, Senator Francis, Senator Bolkes, Senator Joseph, Senator Johnson, and all of the others, including you, and Senator Carrion, who also joined. I want to thank the people who came and testified for me. I see Renee's in the back, but Tita, Monique, Renee, Mavis, Jimmy, Basil, and all of the kind words that were offered on my behalf by all of the senators who were present. I want to congratulate all of the honorees, the people who have been honored today and who had bills passed on their behalf. But I especially want to thank my classmate and honor my classmate who's here this evening with us for all of his years of selfless and dedicated service. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service as well. Miss Bodell Simmons,
Yes, that's me.
you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
As I said in my testimony,
Speak into the microphone, please.
give me my flowers while I can smell it and I can enjoy it. And I thank this body of men and women that they have taken the opportunity to honor my classmate. It does something to me. And yes, the nuns them was strict, but it pay off. Yes. Bronco, on a special note, I want to say to you, thank you for keeping me in line.
You're welcome.
Because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have finished Catholic school. So, Bronco, thank you so much.
That's your,
Amen.
That's your corazón.
Amen. Yes.
Y'all see how spunky she is?
I'm 80, you know.
Listen,
Proud of it.
you're in the first, within the halls of the first branch of government. We didn't swear you in. Today you're not under oath, but you have to speak the truth. What part of you is what you said?
The truth, so help me,
All right.
and counting.
Look nice.
Yes. His help.
And before I go to his son, I'm going to admit to them, to let you all know, that this was my mom's good friend too. And when I spoke to my mother about running for office the first, she was like, you sure? And one of the first people she told me to call was Bodell Simmons. And I called Bodell Simmons, and the conversation was for about 2 hours. I could not believe it. But the conversation was so good because, in a nutshell, was if you're going to be for the people, just go sit down.
Amen.
My good friend, Kai Hendricks.
Good afternoon, and thanks again to the sponsors of this bill. Thanks again for sponsoring this bill, gentlemen, and the committee, 35th Legislature, Leader Gittins, President Francis. You guys are, besides our friendship, I'd really like to thank you guys for bringing this up. I can tell you that he does not like to be recognized.
Who is he?
The man on my left. And it was really a task to come here and be next to him. I really thank you for doing this. It is not often that I get the opportunity to speak highly of my dad in a forum like this. And I don't mean to segue, but Chairwoman Joseph asked me, how did he impact me most? And I have to tell you, just by listening to everything previously, I too had some
behavioral issues,
some mental health issues, and if it wasn't for the man on my left, I'd tell you I would be in a different place, especially considering the things that we've been through as a family. This man has overcome a lot, whether it's polio as a child, multiple surgeries for multiple issues. He's a cancer survivor. He's lost his child, and he's overcome every single one of these issues. And through it all, I could tell you that when he's going through each of these things, he always finds it in himself to ask, how are you doing?
Indeed.
And I think that's my biggest takeaway from today, and I want everybody to think about that. In his worst times, he thinks about everybody else's welfare, and I commend him for that. I love you for that. And I thank you for having me here today.
You try to make me bald, but ain't gonna work, okay? Ain't gonna work.
Yeah, me too.
But before I lost my train of thought just now.
I'll cry.
Oh, before I allow the honoree to give his closeout, I want to ask, how are you?
Him? Me?
You.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm well. It's part of this ride this afternoon.
I just wanted to turn it around because,
Sure.
as was stated multiple times, you're concerned about everybody, and you genuinely ask, "How are you? You're taking care of yourself?"
Yes.
And so I am asking you, "How are you?"
And my answer is that it's an awkward question. I'm never prepared to answer that.
Okay, so
like
then
this.
don't answer.
Good.
I would say, though, I can see your wife is taking good care of you.
Amen.
You may now close out.
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone here. It's been an honor, a pleasure, and I'm not comfortable in this forum, in this kind of situation, but I had faith that it was being placed in your hands. And so a lot of things could have gone sideways, but you guys kept your guidance, and not specifically with this part of it, but the whole process. So I want to thank my classmates. I've loved them from the first time I've met them. I want to thank all the people that have said something about this. I'd like to thank my son, who's not going to remember all the nice things he said about me this afternoon. and I'd like to say to my beautiful wife, Pat, that she's gone through a lot, and she's put up with me a lot, and sometimes she doesn't know which Bronco is going to come out of that bedroom, that bed in the morning. She doesn't know which one, because depends on, a lot of things. I'm thinking about a lot of things, so she's been able to not only handle them well, but she's been able to do a good job with me in general and specifically. So thank all of you for the work that you do and for continuing to show us that we're in your minds when you do these things. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we had a long day with 4 excellent nominees who we honored and commended and or bestowed the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor upon. I want to thank all of you. Thank you, staff, everyone. Thank you to the people of the Virgin Islands, those viewing and or listening from abroad, because we've been getting the messages that people are looking and commenting that the honorees today were exceptional, and I will continue to talk about today that all were exceptional. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is hereby adjourned.